thing that clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
and
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Thursday. Yeah, it's Euclid Day for us. Well, all the time really. So welcome. Today we are going to be going over a short clip of the part where I went over to Gem Panda's Discord server over Christmas, New Year time. It was New Year's Eve. We went over there. Say welcome to everybody. Sort of stuff you're going to look out for is this. So we've got in the chat for everyone in Discord and on the screen for you YouTube people watching. Blue Marble Science has opened up the chat with, if you're given the circumference of a cylindrical can, Bev, do you imagine that as a straight line? Please say yes. Please. Please say yes. It's a fucking circumference. How's it a straight line? And saying please, Bev, please say yes. It's not, it's a circumference. But if it was a straight line, it'd be a diameter or a radius. It's fucking ridiculous, Blue. Blue Marble Science. The man with the whitest Blue Marble Science coat. If you ever want to know anything about Blue Marble Science, just type it in on YouTube. You will find all of the science there, all embodied by this one person called Blue Marble Science. He's taking it all on his own shoulders. And, yeah, he's coming round here begging me to say that a circumference is a straight line. I'm not that confused, Blue. Definitely not. The circumference is it's curved. Can't say any simpler than that, Blue. And yes, Mike, he must have lost it. It's crazy. The Blue Marble scientists don't seem to be able to understand simple geometry. The understanding of the definitions. Straight line and a curved line. You couldn't have pi, could you, if the circumference was a straight line? I think we went over that the other day. His brain may be still affecting him. Is that what it is, Blue? You're giving us circumferences of cans. Handing out. If you're given the circumference of a cylindrical can, Blue Marble's handing out theoretical circumferences of cans to people and asking them to imagine them as straight. That pretty much sums up Blue Marble Science, that. In a nutshell. Geometrically, anyway. Just imagine that this straight is curved. Curved is straight. Doesn't really matter which way. Imagine if you multiply a straight line, you can get a circle. All goes along to the similar sort of thing than what we're going to be going over tonight. This conversation that we have. It can go, well, I mean, I say it can go many different ways, but as it went, we went over there initially because last year, New Year's Day, SE went over to Gem Pandas. I think we did that. It's quite a long time ago. Many videos passed since. We found out that they actually would rather give up proof rather than admit a proof that contradicted their model. So that's what they showed us at the beginning of last year. And now, coming to the end of last year, we decided it would be a good idea for us to go over there. I stayed for a little bit longer than most. But I think I was waiting for something. And this conversation that we have is what we had. But we've got a little bit of a bonus Buster track, the new Buster track, so we'll get into that. But we'll ask everybody here, any sort of following mind thoughts from last night? Any repercussions or anything that's going on? Anybody heard anything new? Or I think the Blue Marble comment has got a lot to do with what we were talking about last night. Oh, can I get into this then? Right, so let's see. Now, I won't be putting the screen on YouTube. So the Discord screen will stay the same for YouTube, since this is only a voice thing. You guys in Discord, you click on the live link on me now, and you can hear the live version of this, and so you can comment. First of all, I'd say an exclusive, but Buster's done this many times before, but this is Buster's new song, Fan Simplicity, without video yet, and it's not been added to or anything. So this is what he called raw, but not raw. This is a finished song. So if any of you guys want me to pause or anything, let us know, but wait until the Buster song's done. Right, let us know whether you can hear this good, yeah?
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old. Judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls. There's no end game in mind. It's only the truth that we seek to find. And there's no end game in mind. It's only the truth that we seek to find. Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.
Oh, yes. That's going to be the
That
theme
was
tune for this year, that.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
That was so good. Buster's voice. Buster makes people's hearts flutter in
New,
the YouTube chat.
It's going to have to be the new intro for everything for the whole year, I think. Possibly. We'll drill that into everybody. When you listen it, you'll associate that with us here. Amazing. Right, so that obviously works. You can all hear that. Let me move this over here. Right. So I can't see the Discord chat. Well, I can through the thing, right? So this is me experimenting with my new video thing, and we're going over gem pandas. Now, you may hear some disturbing sounds and things as you're listening to this. Don't be worried. This is a usual sort of behavior over there at Gem Pandas. Let's critically go over this, right? Hopefully we get to around to... Here we go. Listen. A bit about logic. Give us a head start into the year.
Give us the Brenda logic. The Brenda logic. Go for it.
Weren't you guys doing like a physics course or something? Wasn't that something you were doing?
They've talked about the trivium. They've talked about Euclid.
He was talking to you, wasn't he, Brenda?
I've never heard them talk about physics.
I heard that. Weren't you doing that, Bev? Didn't you sign up for some like online?
This got me confused. Isn't the water level physics? Isn't that?
For me, this is physics.
Yeah.
Behavior of water.
Yeah. So, I don't know what they're trying to represent. I mean, it is, Brenda.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. Good day. Hey,
Good day.
click on the thing on Discord if you want to listen in.
Yep.
Live.
Yep. I was listening when I jumped in, so.
Okay.
I heard Brenda and Jem.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, there may be some disturbing noises, things that, don't worry about it.
All right, well, I got oil changes to do. I'm going to just be listening for now.
Okay.
Course somewhere or something.
A what? A physics?
An online might not have been physics. Some sort of online course.
I don't know what shit they've been talking about.
Do you know what online means and course? Do you want me to explain those to you?
Yeah,
it might have been geometry.
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, anyone can do that.
Okay. All right. Okay. I was just wondering what happened to it.
Yeah, quite a few.
Speaking of the physics question, Bev used to talk about hydrostatic equilibrium a lot until he stopped doing that.
Hydrostatic. That's interesting. Yeah. Water levels. Bev, whoever that was that jumped in there and said, Bev used to talk about hydrostatic equilibrium a lot. We still do. It's called the water level. I don't know what that... Again, they're all very confused. They seem like they've seemed to have forgot, like they've had some sort of reset or something.
Can I ask a question about hydrostatics then?
Yeah.
Would you consider a calm lake hydrostatic?
No.
No, me neither. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Because some other people did.
No, I wouldn't.
Because there's like creatures and shit swimming around in there, disturbing the water. Even though it looks really calm on the surface, it's not.
Yeah, I would say that. Agree.
It's not hydrostatic. Thanks, guys.
How you doing,
Water-
Dan?
Water is level. I am the water man. Water is level.
How have you
Exactly.
established that?
So this is Dan the Waterman, who is a flat earther, definite. He's come in to converse with Gem Panda. Welcome, Dan. We say. Very friendly with Gem Panda. Listen to what he says. Except for when it's not.
How have you established that, Dan?
Any container you put it in, it'll find level. Just for you. Just for you.
How have you established that?
It's just like R. I know it to be true.
Is it
Just
by looking? Is it
just
by
like
looking in?
R
Is it by looking and guessing? Is that how you do it?
No, it would be by measuring a reference of 2 points.
Oh,
Establishes equal height.
He's gone all bevy on us. Look,
It doesn't say shit about the
Just
triangle.
a horizontal gem. It's all
It
right. It
doesn't
doesn't say anything about it. There's no need to get worried about it.
So did you use a
Don't let it
theodolite
affect
then?
you, Jim.
So did you use a theodolite then, Dan, to measure the deviation? Is that what you did?
Brenda, did you use a theodolite to measure the deviation of what? What, Brenda? Why would you use an angle measuring device? What deviation? The deviation of a horizontal. Again, there's a lot of confused people out there. A lot of confused people.
No, I can't believe it that Bob the science guy wants me to try an auto level, because it seems to me like so ridiculous. Like set up a camera level and shoot. It seems.
I know when you can just wave a laser.
We've just talked about an auto level, a camera, and now waving lasers. 3 different things. Sort of like a coordinated Gem and Dan.
Laser across it. That's all you need, right?
Well, you can see it easier. I mean, we can shoot it. We can document it easier. I never thought just leveling a camera would be enough for you guys. We'll try it though.
Well, to measure the curvature of water, you'd need 2 stations set up, wouldn't you?
You just have to pretend there's curvature.
Leveling a camera and using an auto level are completely different things.
Well
How would you
practiced
do it?
play,
Brenda?
innit?
How would you measure the curve?
What I was saying, a well practiced play. It's like it's scripted. It's been done many times before this. Dan the Waterman is now conversing with Gem Panda. After we've been over there and explained quite precisely that they can't talk about a straight line. And now we're talking about water level again. All scripted.
Brenda, I'm curious. Since you've been studying and all that, how would you do it, Brenda?
Logically. Start off with the logical first.
Logic isn't going to settle that. It can't.
So could you not make an argument?
An analytic argument isn't going to tell you anything about the shape of the Earth.
But you could like replicate that argument within a like a cause and effect type relationship, scientifically.
Right.
In
So
reality, couldn't you?
The way you would actually measure curvature is by measuring spherical excess.
And what? See? Brenda brought it up. Brenda says the way you would measure curvature is by measuring spherical excess. And what's that? I hear you ask. In Brenda's mind, that means triangles having more than 180 degrees. So what Brenda imagines is for you to measure curvature, all you have to do is measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees. Hey presto. Curvature. I did ask
Then it wouldn't be
Brenda.
a triangle.
Well, yeah, I did ask Brenda to lay it out logically first, but obviously not.
This is circular reasoning because you if you have a straight line, let's say line of sight, and you assume horizontal, you assume this is straight line, but you can imagine that this line is curved from point to point. So you can create imaginary triangle with curved sides, but still it cannot prove anything. So I don't know what's going on. This is like imagining hump between two ends of water level. You can imagine that, but it cannot prove anything. So this is, for me, that's just circular reasoning, because you have your outcome already in premise. So if you are assuming curved lines, so you cannot prove that the Earth is curved, because you already have this curvature in your premise. So you cannot prove anything doing that, what Brenda is doing.
Well, can I ask one thing real quick about the spherical excess? Because I just kind of had a thought about it. Is it excess sphere, or is it excess on a triangle that's already established? I can't.
It's a Brucey
think about
bonus
that term,
access that you get given just for being spherical, right? Because everybody knows triangles have 180 degrees. Well, you get a bonus. It's like a power up for imagining
like
a sphere.
XP on your triangle.
Yeah, you just like have some angles, have some bonus angles. Now, you're going to fit these angles onto a triangle, right? Where do you put them? How do you divide the angles up? Where do you put this bigger excess one? That's what Brenda imagines is some sort of a way to measure the curvature. Curvature of what, I ask you? Well, curvature of a straight line, isn't it? That's what Brenda's talking about. How do you measure for curvature of a straight line? Welcome to the game. 2023. Talking to blue marble scientists about imaginary things. Breaking it down to the simple. Everybody knows that triangles have 180 degrees. Sum of two right angles. Sort of similar to the fact that if you have a perpendicular, two perpendiculars to one line, i.e. three lines, then you've used up your two right angles, and there's no other angle for you to get. So these lines will never meet. The triangle will never be formed with perpendiculars. But you have to imagine a Brucey bonus on your spheres some reason. You do something with geometry to imagine a sphere, and then you can do strange things with angles. It all comes down to the angle and what you can do with it. Isn't that right, Nathan? What's that?
You know what that is.
Is that like triangles having 180 degrees?
Yes, you know that because Blue has gone through it with you several times. Don't pretend like you don't know.
Where's the excess?
Triangles having 180 degrees. Yeah, that's what we
Unless
know.
you pretend there's depth, and that's where the excess. Unless you pretend there's depth to that otherwise two-dimensional object.
Do you want to hear that again? Listen to that. So we're talking to Brenda about triangles having 180 degrees. Who comes in to help Brenda?
Listen. Through it with you several times. Don't pretend like you don't know.
Where's the excess?
triangles having 180 degrees. Yeah, that's what we know.
Unless you pretend there's depth, and that's where the excess. Unless you pretend there's depth to that otherwise two-dimensional object.
Well, that's begging the
That's
question.
not how it works.
Isn't that interesting? Further in the conversation of a triangle having 180 degrees, a simple geometric fact. Dan the Waterman, the flat earther, comes in to confuse. Well, I don't know. To play the game, circular argument time.
Okay.
You're still measuring a two-dimensional. You're still making two-dimensional measurements.
Then
But
where's
you're not adding anything to the measurements that you've taken.
You are. It's a whole nother factor, spherical axis or excess.
It's not something you add. It's the result of the measurements you take.
But triangles do only have 180 degrees. That's provable within mathematics.
If that's the definition
it is
you're going to
definitely
use.
provable. Who said it's not? Is that Dan?
Result of the measurements you take.
But triangles do only have 180 degrees. That's provable within mathematics. Somebody said no, it's not. I don't know who that was. Probably like a Farmer's Boy character shouting in the background. No, it's not.
If that's the
Yes,
definition
it is
you're going to
definitely
use.
Definitely.
If that's the definition you're going to use, then the shape you measured by pointing A at B and C, C at A and B.
Right, listen to this, right? This is important as we go on. Listen to the particular thing, what he says here, right?
If that's the
Yes,
definition
it is
you're going to
definitely
use,
provable. Definitely.
if that's the definition you're going to use, then the shape you measured by pointing A at B and C, C at A and B.
So what he's doing here is pointing out that you are measuring the angle from each of the points of the triangle and measuring the angle between the other 2 points. 3 angles as a triangle. Literally, he's defining a triangle and measuring that triangle right here now.
B at A and C or whatnot, and measuring all those angles is not a triangle. Then what is
it? 3 angles. It's not a triangle, he said. If measuring that is not a triangle, what is it? I mean, it's a triangle, isn't it? A, B, C. And you're measuring the angle between A and B from C. You know how it works. You know what a triangle is. Trying to throw the element of confusion in, but hey. Angles is a triangle. 3 points.
Well, now you've got some contradictory information. If you just measured these and
now you've got some contradictory information. What contradictory information?
Nonsense.
Yeah, this comes thick and fast, right, when you're talking to these people. So it's good to have a chance to pause it, to let everybody else catch up, so you're all aware of it. Guys just talking shite. There's no contradictory information. I try to work out, where is it?
add up to more than 180, but a triangle has 180 degrees, then what's going on?
Somebody's trying to break mathematical proofs. I'd be very wary of anybody.
But we're not doing this in math. We're doing this in reality.
We're not doing it in math. We're doing it in reality.
Yes, doing math in reality.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. Doing practical geometry, measuring an angle from one point between 2 other points of a triangle. That can happen in reality, right? And it happens just in reality, exactly the same as it does in geometry. Based upon logic. Gets more interesting, this, right? we're going to go deep. Yeah, and in reality, triangles only have 180 degrees. That's provable.
Then maybe you have a definition problem.
Yeah, Bev doesn't understand the distinction between math and reality.
Maybe you have a definition problem of a triangle, of mathematical proof, of my mathematical proof of a triangle having 180 degrees. I mean, where's his definitional problem? It's where you've got to be careful going into these sort of arenas. I call this, seriously, I call this gaslighting. By seriously deluded individuals.
Right.
But triangles do only have 180 degrees. It's a similar thing to vertical and horizontal, perpendicular.
Maybe there's a category of shapes that you haven't considered and you happen to just measure one of
them. Maybe there's a category of shapes that you haven't considered and you just measured one of them. Maybe. Gaslighting. Seriously. It's a triangle. But hey, here we go. Blue marble science. This. Well, these guys are the guys that lay out the arguments. This is where they all come from. But I know for a fact, mathematically, triangles only have 180 degrees.
Those are analytic claims. They're not empirical.
Right.
They are definitely empirical.
But we aren't talking about what you know about a triangle. We're talking about what you measured in this hypothetical situation.
Right, so he's saying what I measured in a hypothetical situation that I don't even know what we're talking about. We're talking about a triangle as far as I can understand. So Gem Panda hasn't quite let me into the hypothetical situation. I think they're saying that you measure more than 180 degrees hypothetically.
If they were talking about these 3 points, that would be measuring normal triangle.
A triangle, yeah.
So what's the problem?
Jem's just got a hypothetically different situation in his mind that he hasn't let us in on yet. What we know geometrically about perpendiculars and triangles, yeah.
Yeah, but
no, not yet. You're not agreeing with me. You're saying, telling us what you know about a triangle. What we're talking about is what you know about the measurements that we made in our hypothetical situation.
What measurements? If it's the measurements of a triangle, then that triangle has 180 degrees.
Yeah, those...
Go on. Go on.
I was just going to say, were those hypothetical measurements in the hypothetical situation that he's describing?
Yeah, hypothetically not been told about them yet. It's still hypothetically inside their minds because nobody's mentioned it. Just a triangle.
Hypothetical measurement is not measurement yet. Because so you don't know what you have measured because you didn't measure it yet.
You caught that, huh, Paper? Dang it.
But this is the way certain debate channels have developed a debate. This is literally what they consider to be a debate. You discussing hypotheticals that you haven't even been told about. Only in the minds of a blue marble scientist can this thing happen. What hypothetical measurements that you've made? Where did you make these hypothetical measurements, Jam?
The conversation that we've just had about measuring between 3 points. Nobody's actually out there measuring at the moment, Bev.
It's getting angry.
That's hypothetical.
Yeah, very.
It's not actually happening, and we're giving you a commentary on it live. It's hypothetical. Okay.
Right, so we've got 3 mountain tops.
So all of the things that everything you've been talking about up to now is hypothetical, isn't it?
Okay. We've got A, B, and See, now, because it's a hypothetical situation and Jem's just let everybody know with his little angry man voice, then now I'm trying to establish exactly what we've been told about these 3 points. See, so everybody's
neither of us have got any objections to hypothetical things.
Okay.
Well,
so
because you tried to, you went, oh, hypothetical. Oh, it's hypothetical measurements, as if you were making some sort of point, you dickhead.
Okay, so we've got A, B, and C, hypothetical plate positions on mountain tops, and we're going to measure each of the 3 angles from each of the 3 positions in between the other 2 positions, right? We're going to measure these angles.
Yes.
Yeah, we've measured
Summing
3
up to
azimuth
3,
angles.
right? He did just agree to just 3 points, 3 coplanar points, measuring an angle between the other 2. Literally, a triangle measuring 3 angles, and those angles are in between the other points of the triangle. It seems very simple, but watch how grown men confuse the shit out of each other with this simple thing. Angles.
But there will be no spherical excess if they're all in line of sight of each other. That's an important.
That's why I
distinction
specified
here.
we're measuring 3 azimuth angles.
Right, so somebody's just chimed in there and said that it would be just a triangle if you could see the points and you were measuring it. So, yeah, you would be doing that. But this guy is pointing out, he's talking about azimuth angles.
That's why
was that an oops from the guy before? Was it the guy that chimed in before that said, "Well, it's just a triangle"? Was that an oops then on the?
Yeah,
Oops,
I think
didn't mean to say
you're
that.
not playing part of the narrative that we're setting up here. You know, like this is an extra part where they try and confuse the people about a fucking triangle. This is amazing. Let's go again. Here we go.
So we're measuring 3 azimuth angles.
So yeah, no, 3 you're measuring 3 angles. A, B,
C.
C.
The objects have to be over the curve for there to be spherical excess.
You have to not be able to see the other point in order to be able to imagine spherical excess, as he says. But that's like a farmer's boy, right? It's just some random person trying to offer advice from the background to help this obviously confused individuals of the debate flat earth and more. Well, this is part of the more.
Can I just say that we shouldn't really attack the guy that likes to just jump in and say stupid shit, because we got some of them here.
Yeah.
Present company included.
Yeah, they're not you, Rob.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we're not talking about Rob Keynes here. We're talking about farmers' boys. There's a difference, right? Between the Rob Keane and just a farmer's boy. Random farmer's boy.
And I thought, are they? I'm sorry, Rob. Finish up.
No, I just said thank you.
Okay. All right. I thought I'm a little bit confused now because I thought that going like from a particular spot, a particular point, and then moving away from that particular point. I mean, it's immediate, right? I mean, it's you move anywhere from where they put a plumb line. Now they're talking about, wait, you got to go over the curve to be able to see spherical excess. What? Am I missing something here? Or?
Well,
is it far away? Is it not far away? Is it? Oh, it's still a hypothetical. Thank you.
See,
all right.
There's your problem, right? Jem opened it up for a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And then everybody went, boom, okay, I'm part of this now. Hypothetically, I've got my imagination of what's going on here. And there's lots of competing little things. I mean, this is one of the benefits of when you go round to places like this, Debate Flat Earth and more. Gem Panda. A really weird name, that, isn't it? Gem Panda. For an old guy, anyway.
They're all in line of sight of each other.
Who
No,
is
they
this
don't.
guy? You can't see them. If you can't see them, you cannot
They don't-
measure an angle. That's not
they don't
what
have to
Jem
be
was
over the
talking
curve.
about. Jem, these
The
three
interior
points that
angles.
you were hypothetically
They have to
measuring,
be. They
could
have
you
to
see
be on
them?
the curve to have sphere.
Jem, checking with Jem. Jem, the hypothetical points what you were measuring, could we actually see them to measure them hypothetically? I mean, how stupid do you want to get? They're struggling, right? Crazy shit, this. No. Whoever it was that was describing measuring the angle could definitely see the other two positions because that's what they were saying. They were measuring the angle.
If the positions can be
Interior.
seen, there's no spherical axis.
Yes, there is.
Okay,
because
so-
we're
Oh. Right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Put that back again.
Yeah.
So we've got competing things. Then the hypothetical that Jem's made up of a triangle. Somebody says no. Somebody says yes. Here we go.
No spherical axis.
Yes, there is.
Okay,
because
so
we're
triangles
not measuring.
have 180 degrees.
Can I
then?
clarify? We're not measuring point-to-point angles. We're measuring azimuth angles.
There you go. Not measuring point-to-point angles. He's measuring azimuth angles. It's still a triangle. A to B. Measuring angles. So, would you imagine anything different between this triangle and the magical azimuth angle?
No.
Go on.
You need straight lines.
Yeah.
So they are talking about curving straight line because this is the only way
No, they're
to obtain this excess.
Whoop. Be careful. They're not.
Other way.
You get ready to get educated, right? You know when Jem opened it up with a hypothetical, I bet this is one that you've never even attempted and thought of. A new way to look at spherical excess using straight lines, Euclidean geometry.
Impossible.
Right, well,
You cannot have.
let's go. Azimuth
Okay.
angle. Do you know what an azimuth angle is? Because that's what they're talking about.
Just an angle.
Well, it's an angle on the horizontal.
Yes, but still, this is the same rules for any angle.
I know, yeah. But what they're doing is they're going to link this angle measurement to a horizontal. Starkodder's picture may come in to help visually if you want to. But yeah, that's what's in their imaginations. What they're doing is they're measuring azimuth angles. So they're getting their tools, they're orientating them horizontally. So they're parallel with the plane of the horizon. And then they're measuring the angle from A to B at C. And then they're going round to all of the other points and doing exactly the same. They keep setting their tool up horizontally, or as they say, to the azimuth. They don't really like horizontal, so it upsets them a bit. Right, so here we go.
Even if you can see them, if you can measure precisely enough, there'll be a spherical excess.
There you go. Hear that? Put it back again. Listen to this. So this is one of the geniuses.
So
triangles have 180 degrees.
Can I
then?
clarify? We're not measuring point-to-point angles. We're measuring azimuth angles. Even if you can see them, if you can measure precisely enough, there'll be a spherical excess.
There you go.
Why? Would be.
It's impossible, but I mean, yet this guy has a hypothetical imagination. He's expressing to everybody over there at the Flat Earth debate. Let's continue.
I can say that he wouldn't have.
Well,
he wouldn't have this access. So this is a lie.
Hey, he's competing with somebody else. Somebody else has just said there wouldn't be. This guy has just said there would be. You'd think there'd be a challenge by the guy that said there wouldn't be, wouldn't you? You'd think.
I don't know. So
This
is just futile.
Yeah, this guy's got a rank, obviously, than the guy.
And you're saying that if you're on 3 mountain tops, and you set up your theodolites on top of 3 mountaintops, and they're all within line of sight of each other, you can measure spherical x. Is that what you're saying?
If you have precise enough measurements.
No,
Oh,
that's
come on,
nonsense.
just. They're all trying to go over each other. Listen again.
We're not measuring point-to-point angles. We're measuring azimuth angles. Even if you can see them, if you can measure precise.
Triangles only have 180
You're saying that
degrees.
if you're on 3 mountaintops, and you set up your theodolites on top of 3 mountaintops, and they're all within line of sight of each other, you can measure spherical x. Is that what you're saying?
If you have precise enough measurements.
No,
Oh, come on,
nonsense.
just one
That's
person,
nonsense.
please. Let's hear it.
Just let Slacker answer. Go
the
ahead.
angles, if you're on 3 mountaintops and then there's line of sight to all the mountaintops, there would be no spherical axis.
But you're not measuring.
Again, somebody saying that there would be no.
That's twice. He doubled down on that.
Yeah,
he doubled down on that. Mm-hmm.
Brave, isn't he?
Line of sight.
Definitely.
You're measuring azimuth angles. That's the distinction.
But you're measuring an angle from one point to another point.
No, you're not. You're measuring
I'm not sure
azimuth angles.
That's no that. See, this is part of the gaslighting, right? When you're measuring from C, at C from A to B, he's saying you're not. But you are. That's the angle you're measuring. He's trying to say that you're not somehow.
Azimuth angles.
That's what an angle is. An angular measurement is from A to B. And then you move to B and you measure A to C.
Not all angles are azimuth angles.
What do you mean?
What a triangle
what are you defining as an azimuth angle, Slacker?
You set up your
cipher.
theodolite. You point from A, set that as 0. Point to B, set, and then you look at the dial indicator for your azimuth rotation. The elevation doesn't matter.
It's just saying you measure the angle. And of course the elevation doesn't matter. We know that. Vertical doesn't matter about a triangle. At all. Doesn't come into it.
Orientation doesn't matter, nothing. Just 3 points and straight lines.
Yeah.
That's all.
There's confusion going on, right? This is it. Can you imagine what might have put this confusion in the minds of adults and triangles and angles? I mean, it doesn't get much simpler than this, does it? Well, apart from a straight line, understanding that a straight line has no curvature. But, I mean, this is the next step. Maybe a bit too advanced for them. Who knows? Wally, this is good to know. Wally says, you would see spherical excess in the case of 3 mountaintops at goodly distance. At a goodly distance from each other. That's 3 sets of reciprocal readings.
Goodly, is that a technical term?
I think so, yeah. I think that's a Blue Marble scientific term.
Yeah, that's in the Blue Marble science books. I'm sure it's defined in there. Goodly.
There will be a definite distance for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well defined within Blue Marble scientific definitions.
Yeah, right. That's not going to be. There's going to be no spherical excess then.
Oh. The azimuthal angle is on a horizontal plane, right?
If you take a globe and you put 3 pins in the globe, and those pins all have line of sight to each other, you can make a 2-dimensional triangle fit between them.
All right, but that's not the triangle that we're making.
Right. That's not the triangle they're making. Of course not. He's just talked about putting pins in the globe like some sort of voodoo doll.
Are we? I just had a flashback to the first original Star Wars. These aren't the triangles you're looking for.
Yeah.
Just wait a minute.
Yeah.
These are not the triangles you're looking for. Jeez.
It gets great. This is why I thought we had to record this.
Right, let Doofus get in it. Go ahead.
Doofus.
All right, Jake.
Good timing, Jeff. Come on in. Let's have a chat. If anybody doesn't know, this may or may not be a guy that may or may not live in Maine, and may or may not have changed his name once he disappeared as the guy that may or may not live in Maine.
Is he definitely not a surveyor?
Well, I don't know whether this character is. I don't think this character likes to pretend it knows a lot about it, but I don't think this one's gone full balls in to say that he's actually a surveyor.
Okay.
That would be true if the angles that you're measuring were all in the same plane that all 3 points resided in. Then you would get exactly 180-degree interior angles.
Right, so he said that it would be true for the angles of this triangle if you were measuring the triangle in the same plane, says this guy. It's just a triangle though, right? Remember? It's just a triangle.
However, the angles that we're measuring are between azimuths that you're shooting to the other 2 locations.
Between azimuths. It makes no fucking difference. None, zero, zilch. It's still a triangle, and the angles, guess what? They're the same. Welcome to geometry. Oh no, come on. The controller fell on the floor.
It's just like R. I know it.
I can't remember how far we were into it.
We've just had about measuring between 3 points. That's nobody's actually out there measuring.
Line of sight angles, you're measuring azimuth.
Phone working?
You are.
Check.
There's only 3 points. From A
all-
to B, and then you
Okay,
move
not-
to B, and you measure A to C.
Not all
Slacker,
angles are azimuth angles.
But
What do you
that's
mean?
what a triangle
what are you
is.
defining? What are you defining as an azimuth angle, Slacker?
You've set up your theodolite.
Hand off.
You point from A, set that as 0, point to B, set, and then you look at the dial indicator.
Can you hear this poor fella reaching aporia about measuring angles? It's no wonder that they had to bring in a guy that may or may not be from Maine to save him, because I don't think he knows what he's talking about. It's triangles.
For your azimuth rotation. The elevation doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Right. That's not going to
exactly.
be. There's going to be no spherical excess then.
The azimuthal angle is on a horizontal plane, right?
If you take a globe and you put 3 pins in the globe, and those pins all have line of sight to each other, you can make a 2-dimensional triangle fit between them.
All right,
But that's not the triangle that we're making.
Right, let Doofus get in it. Go ahead, Doofus.
All right, Jake. That would be true if the angles that you're measuring were all in the same plane that all 3 points resided in. Then you would get exactly 180-degree interior angles. However, the angles that we're measuring are between azimuths that you're shooting to the other 2 locations. Because you're measuring angles in a plane that are not the same plane as those 3 points, and those 3 planes that you're measuring in are not parallel with one another, then you measure spherical excess, even though you can see all 3 points.
Did you hear that? Did you hear the point that he made there?
Yes, it doesn't make any sense.
Again.
Then you measure spherical excess, even though you can see all 3 points.
pins all have line of sight to each other, you can make a two-dimensional triangle fit between them.
All right,
You
let
can,
Doofus.
but that's not the triangle that we're making.
Right, let Doofus get in it. Go
Right,
ahead,
Doofus, come in. Come on in, Doofus.
All right, Jake. That would be true if the angles that you're measuring were all in the same plane that all 3 points resided in. Then you would get exactly 180-degree interior angles. However, the angles that we're measuring are between azimuths that you're shooting to the other 2 locations. Because you're measuring angles in a plane that are not the same plane as those 3 points.
Because you're measuring angles that are not in the same plane as those 3 points.
No nonsense. These 3 points are creating this plane. So, this is nonsense. So he's imagining another plane.
Yeah, he's imagining 3 different planes of a triangle. It's fantastic, isn't it? I bet you'd never even imagined this. This is a way how you can get spherical excess out of a triangle by measuring the 3 angles with straight lines. You can just imagine that there's 3 different planes, but 3 coplanar points, obviously. And the angles are the angle between the 2.
Are not parallel with one another, then you measure spherical excess, even though you can see all 3 points.
Oh, that's good.
I don't get it.
So whoever that is, he doesn't get it. And you can't, because it doesn't make any sense. No, nobody can get it. Even the guy that's talking, he's the only one that can say it, because it's crazy. You're literally listening to a crazy person, and Jem Panda's giving him the floor to say some really crazy shit. No, you can't get it. He's trying to gaslight you.
Yeah,
This is a paralogism he's trying to push.
Your
Is there a
azimuth
Bev in
angles
the
are
house?
measured on a plane that's locally level.
You're wise
So you're
to
not,
be wary.
So you're not measuring 3 coplanar angles.
Microphone working?
You're not measuring 3 coplanar angles of a triangle, 3 points.
Didn't he say you are not measuring 3 coplanar points?
Yeah. Well, let's have a look.
Angles.
Microphone working?
No, he said you're not measuring 3 coplanar angles. Is that you, Redmond? We can hear you. Join in the thing. Listen to us.
Level.
You're wise to be wary.
So you're not measuring 3 coplanar angles.
Microphone working?
Yeah, you're not working 3 coplanar angles. You are.
Check.
There's only 3 points. You're measuring the angle from each of the points of the other 2 points. You're referencing every point to every other point by measuring 3 angles of a triangle.
Okay.
Before we get
Happy
too far
New
away
Year.
from it, Jake, I've posted it here for you in the chat, and it's very wordy. But the 3 planes that we're using are not parallel to each other, and that's why
3 planes that we're using are not parallel to each other. It's a triangle. 3 coplanar points. What's going on? How can you have 3 planes that are not parallel to each other when you're referencing it to 3 coplanar points?
Yeah, 3 points are creating a plane. So it means that it has to be one plane. One plane. They are creating one plane. So they are, by definition, lying on one plane. They have to.
Yeah.
why we measure spherical excess.
He said that's why we measure spherical excess. That's why we measure spherical excess. Because a triangle has 3 coplanar points and the angles are the same. But he's imagined now. Because this is a new development, right?
So he's assuming some stupid thing that every point is on different plane. I don't know why. And therefore each angle is on different plane.
And you can get more angles than...
But still, why he assumes that? Why? For what reason? I cannot see any logical reason why he's
I think
assuming.
somebody's told him that they've measured more angles. Somebody, maybe a joke or something somebody played on him, like, you know.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It's complete gibberish.
My mate Jesse, right, has measured more than 180 degrees in a triangle. He has, honestly. And then this guy that may or may not live in Maine has gone, hey, I heard a story about some guy that said that he measured triangles with more, and this is how he did it. He told me. Literally, that's what we're talking about.
Don't fall for it.
On my gloves.
Don't fall for what?
I know. Is that your argument? Don't fall for it.
Don't fall for it. We've got a guy who's in there that says he doesn't understand what they're saying. And now these guys are going to gaslight the guy that doesn't understand. He said there would be no spherical excess. And he's right. There is no such thing as spherical excess. You don't get extra angles added into a triangle for any reason. Triangles only have 180 degrees. But this is where we're going now, because 2023.
Yeah, but Bev, if you take a basketball or a volleyball or a European football, and you draw a line on it, and then you draw another line, top to bottom, and then from the bottom to the right, and then you put a little box there, right there. That's apparently a 90-degree angle.
Well,
so then if you do that 3 times, then you have 3 90-degree angles.
Yeah.
Right? Or are you saying that that's not really a 90-degree angle?
It's not a triangle.
Absolutely not a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it is a 90-degree angle if you make sure that the planes that have been cut by the 3-dimensional shape are 90 degrees, but you'd have to measure that.
Ah, okay. All right, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I see. Because of a model not necessarily being real, and people having to imagine things, the situation that's going on here is that somebody said that they imagine reality, that triangles having 180 degrees, and they understand the geometric understanding of how triangles are. But he's now being gaslighted by his own side. The ones who are having to try and convince him that 3 coplanar points has now developed 3 different planes. Each point having its own plane to measure an angle in. It's very confusing, and it's meant to be confusing. And the people that are talking right now, and the people that are trying to explain this, are gaslighting their own people, because even they can't understand what's going on. And it's right to be not understanding what's going on, because it just doesn't make any sense. Literal nonsense. Definitely not geometric that these guys are talking about. It's just pure gaslighting. And you'll hear a little bit more coming in.
He was wise to question.
Nothing ever rests.
The larger point is that, irrespective of what Euclid says, when you actually measure angles on a spherical surface like the Earth, you measure the interior angles, they will add up to be greater than 180 degrees, and that's.
Despite what Euclid said, Brenda says triangles will have more than 180 degrees. I mean, surely everybody's heard about this. Brenda triangle. Or maybe you haven't. Maybe this is for the first time you've ever hearing these blue marble science triangles that are only measurable in the hypothetical mind situations where triangles are forming 3 separate planes.
Just an empirical fact.
An empirical fact, says Brenda.
A triangle only has 180 degrees. There's nothing that you can do to
Then-
change that. So
Then why
you
do
might
they
as well
have
just change topics, you know?
Yeah, but
Blue Marble seems to be joining in with them as well. It's definitely a Blue Marble science sort of thing.
When somebody puts that qualifier in front of their statement, empirical fact, does that make what they're stating an empirical fact?
Not when Brenda says it, no.
Okay, just want to make that understood. Thank you.
Here we got here. This is Blue Marble talking to Mishu. How did I miss the point? I don't know what the point was. What I said was unclear. The 3 verticals at the vertices of the triangle are not parallel. The 3 verticals. Like, why does anybody want to put a vertical in a triangle? Blue Marble scientists are fucking weird, I'm telling you. They've got something wrong with them, right? But he says, the 3 verticals at the vertices of the triangle are not parallel. The azimuth angles have to be greater than 180 degrees. Blue Marble science, just to let you know, verticals have got fuck all to do with a fucking triangle. It's crazy. Anyone else want to come in and say anything to the Blue Marble scientists? Seem to be confused about verticals and triangles, measuring angles. Okay, we'll carry on.
SE, why do they have more than 180 degrees when we measure them?
It's in your mind. You can call it something else.
It's in
This
your
is all in your
mind.
mind.
They
It's not
don't.
in your mind.
Triangles only have 180 degrees, Brenda.
Yeah, but
A
then
triangle
why do
only
they
has
have
a
only
hun-
our mind, SE?
A triangle only has 180 degrees when all sides are straight lines in free space or on a planar surface.
There you go. It's a triangle. 3 coplanar points. Straight lines, triangles. Surely. You're measuring an angle.
Any triangle which is on a curved surface and the lines are adhered to the surface will give you something other than 180 degrees. What?
We're talking about points in mountains. From mountaintop to mountaintop to mountaintop. That's 3 points. Why is
3 points in the air?
Yeah.
So not on
the
some surface.
Yeah. Don't be fooled by these Blue Marble scientists and how they try to play games.
Is so goddamn difficult to understand about that?
Are those points going to be coplanar when you put it on your mythical
See what they're
shape?
saying.
Because it's I can explain
Are those
why.
points on your triangle going to be coplanar?
No,
3
because it's
points,
not
no
gonna
matter
adhere.
what surface they're on. Any 3 points, no matter what surface they're on, are always coplanar, no matter what kind of surface they're on.
See? 3 coplanar points. They are coplanar.
Yes, because they are creating plane, so they have to be coplanar.
Yeah.
See? God damn it, you're dumb.
And therefore, triangles have 180 degrees.
But by
Uh-huh,
definition,
thank
the
you.
angles that we're measuring are
God
not in
damn
the
it, you're
plane
not
of those
bright.
3 points. The angles that we're measuring are in the planes that are horizontal at each of the locations.
Huh. The angles that they're measuring are from the horizontals of each point. We set the tool up. That's what we do.
So it means
Go on.
it means that from A to B, this straight line is not horizontal. Then,
well,
this is implication of what
well,
he
you
said.
know, you can have a slope, right? You can have one mountaintop higher than another.
Right.
It doesn't make any difference. The
Yes,
angle's
because
still the
this
same
is
angle.
straight line.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why you get spherical excess is because those three planes are not parallel with one another.
See? The three planes are not parallel with one another.
Yes, which planes?
Which three planes? We're talking about a triangle. And we're
Yes,
measuring an angle
from 3 points.
Within that triangle.
Yes, so, and these 3 points are creating one specific for that triangle plane. So, what's the problem still? I don't get it.
suggest that you don't get any more angles within a triangle.
He didn't say that.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He didn't say that you get any more angles. This is where the gaslighting starts to come in. It's 3 points. You measure in 3 angles. That's a triangle. But
Bev, you can go lie to somebody else, but that's not what I said. What I said was that those 3 planes that those angles are measured in are not parallel with one another, and that's why you get more than 180 degrees.
what's he saying? He's saying that I'm lying for saying that triangles have 180 degrees. And now he's saying there's 3 different planes of this triangle. And that's why they get more than 180 degrees. I'd suggest he should check with himself who the fuck is lying to people. Maybe spouting a paralogism may not be a lie to him, but telling other people and gaslighting other people that geometric proofs are lying whilst saying something contradictory to that geometric proof may not be as honest as he could be. And don't forget, this is a guy that's never come and talked to us about this. His geometric understanding is very limited to people that he thinks he can misguide.
You see how he didn't mention the word triangle? And you have to
3
keep
points.
throwing it in.
Jem's coming up with the argument now. See how he didn't mention triangle? They're trying to take the triangle out of triangle. Blue marble scientists. Isn't that right, Blue? It's where they have to go.
Hold on. Have you guys heard of the Baller's Canal? It's in a triangle. Have you guys heard of that?
If it's anything like the skateboard paradox, I don't even care to fucking hear it.
Those
No,
3
this is
points
better.
describe the plane. How can there be 3 separate planes that the triangle resides
There's 3
in?
horizontal planes used at each of the points in order to make
those
azimuth measurements.
The triangle
I guess somebody's in the
establishes the
background
plane.
talking while I'm in the middle of responding to your dumbass.
Wow. Do you want to hear that again?
Ooh, angry.
Yeah.
By the way, he's talking about each point having different plane, which is nonsense because points they haven't got any orientation, so they belong to every plane. You can fit any plane into point. So just 1 point. So this is complete nonsense. So he's assuming some planes. I don't know why, and they are separated from this plane, which is created by these 3 points. He's just adding something new to that. These 3 strange planes. Why? So this is fantasy.
Yeah. Yeah, the orientation of the triangle doesn't matter, not one bit.
Canal, it's in a triangle. Have you guys heard of that?
If it's anything like the skateboard paradox, I don't even care to fucking hear it.
Those
No,
three
this is
points
better.
describe the plane. How can there be three separate planes that the triangle resides
three
in?
horizontal planes used at each of the points in order to make
no
those azimuth measurements.
The triangle
I guess somebody's in the
establishes the
background
plane.
talking while I'm in the middle of responding.
Three coplanar points. I'll say it again. You're dealing with a triangle and measuring an angle from one point to the other two. At each point of these, it's three triangles. Those 3 points define the triangle that you're measuring. See how angry he gets at the simple fact of the triangle being the plane. How can you have 3 different planes?
To your dumbass. While I'm talking,
it's 3 coplanar points.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Interrupted.
Yeah, that was me interrupting, wasn't it? Mute, Bev. Calm the guy that may or may not live in Maine down. Calm down.
Go ahead, doofus.
3 horizontal planes established at each of the 3 points in which the azimuth angles are measured in those 3 planes. If all 3 of those planes were parallel to one another, the angles that they add up, the sum of the internal angles, would be exactly 180 degrees. What we measure is greater than 180 degrees, so those 3 planes cannot be parallel with one another.
Right, so he's got a triangle. Now, there are 3 points, A, B, C, of which you have an angle, and those 3 points are coplanar. Right, now, what this guy's saying, right, is each of those 3 points have their own separate plane, and none of those planes are parallel to each other, which makes it all of these 3 planes that this triangle makes aren't any of the planes that are associated with the 3 coplanar points of the actual triangle.
Yes, they are different.
So what the fuck's he talking about?
He's talking about this tangent, horizontal tangent, because he was talking about this point has. Did he say zenith or vertical? No, he didn't
he said,
say
well,
about
he did say that the triangle has vertices, but the vertical vertices, not the vertices of the angles of the triangle. It's very strange, right? You have to start taking away the 3 lines that make the triangle and start placing vertical lines.
Yes,
it's ridiculous.
So he's creating this local horizontal for each point, which is of course diverging and intersecting, and this is this excess. So, but he assumes that this is just a trick, a very poor trick, because he is creating this tangent horizontals for each point of this triangle, and he is saying that these points are deviating from this horizontals from each point. So that's why we call it excess. But it has nothing to do with this triangle. Completely nothing.
The angles would still be the same anyway. It doesn't really make any
Of course,
difference. It's
straight line and yes.
Yeah.
Same,
even
same,
on these planes that they're imagining,
yes,
the angles would still be exactly the same, which is the even more stranger thing, right? They're imagining that, but not that, and the triangle having 180 degrees, having the same angles as these planes that you've imagined from somewhere else, yet not adding to 180. Complete fantasy. complete fantasy. But I'm not going to, you know, I'm trying not to do this shape, right? And I don't want to let everybody who's listening try and imagine the shape that this guy and all of these are actually making. It's a triangle, but not a triangle. Somehow. 3 coplanar points. Shout out Jesse Kozlowski.
See, the thing is that Bev either lies or he
No
has
matter
a
what that
cognitive
surface
issue.
by definition, those 3 points are in a plane. They are coplanar. Any 3 points anywhere, even on a wavy surface, are still coplanar.
Right, so what's he doing now? Playing the confusion card? Letting you know exactly what we've been saying all along, that that triangle's a triangle.
Yes, so he's saying that, yes, they are coplanar on this plane, which is created by 3 points. That's correct.
Yeah.
But he's saying that they are not coplanar to this these 3 different planes.
Yeah.
Which are not existent completely. He just made it up. But yes, he is comparing a normal plane of 3 points to non-existing 3 strange
3 planes.
Yes,
A 3-planar triangle. Well, it's actually 4 because you've actually got the original actual triangle as well.
Yes.
Yeah, a 4-planar triangle. Just developed an extra 3. Poof! And how do you do that? Well, that takes a blue marble scientist to be able to do that. Yeah. Brucey bonus of imagining a sphere somewhere. Then you can turn 3 coplanar points into 4-planar. I don't know. You can just imagine another 3 planes somewhere. It's better than just having extra angles, isn't it? You've developed 3 extra planes. It's better than getting more.
It sounds more serious.
Yeah, it sounds very geometrical, doesn't it? You know, developing. I mean, you thought a triangle was just 3 points and 3 straight lines, but oh no. I want to see how many lines we're going to add up to now. What shape we're going to be left with. When you give the blue marble scientist a triangle to imagine in reality. This is what happens. Has to. I think this is great. And we're just talking about Euclid and triangles and mathematical proofs. These guys have well surpassed that. Brilliant. So we get a triangle with 180 degrees, wouldn't we?
That's not what we're measuring. We are using horizontal planes at each of the 3 locations to measure.
When you say
azimuth
we
angles.
are measuring, are you saying
Thank
you've
you
done
for
this?
talking. Thank you.
Yeah, he did just say we are. When we are measuring, and I'm trying to confirm now. When he says that, it sounds like he's actually measuring. He's the guy that's measuring these. I'm just trying to confirm that. But as you can see, he gets very angry. They all do this. We are measuring. Are you saying you've done this?
Thank you for talking over me again, you dumb fuck.
Have you done this?
Okay, let's do it again. Let's start
Control
over.
your nerves, man.
No, there's no controlling it because you
sounds
can't
like
control
Nathan
your own
Oakley.
dumbasses. Let's try it
Worse.
again. When you're at each of the 3 locations, the horizontal planes are what you're measuring your azimuth angles in. If all 3 of those planes were parallel with one another, you would get internal angles that sum up to exactly 180 degrees.
Right, so now he's injected. If horizontal planes are parallel, then triangles have 180 degrees. I don't know why. There's no relation to it.
Yes, it doesn't
horizontal
follow.
planes being parallel makes no sense.
It doesn't follow, and so he is telling about these different horizontals, but still it doesn't follow that this triangle would have more than 180 degrees, because it doesn't follow from that.
It follows from Stark-Odder's really bad logic that we have been over before, right? Just a confused misunderstanding about it, which is obviously it's been handed about. It's been passed around, this sort of geometric misunderstanding. And I'm guessing it's rather like Oakley-like, whereas you cannot question this. Like the guy at the beginning that was saying that triangles would have 180 degrees. He's been silenced. You're not allowed to speak anymore once the blue marble scientist enters the arena, like this guy here. Nobody else is allowed to speak because this is the supposed authority, but he's the supposed authority on imaginometry. Just making this stuff up. It's not actual geometry at all. This is more like sophistry. Well, it is sophistry, actually, but I don't think any of these people can see
very
it.
bad.
Yeah.
Very bad. Not smart. Not smart.
Okay.
We get more than 180 degrees. Therefore, those three planes cannot be parallel to one another.
See, there you go. That's the reason for his logic. He wants to be able to imagine that he gets more angles than 180 in a triangle. And the consequence of that is that horizontal planes aren't parallel.
Yes, this is perfect circular reasoning, because he assumed three planes for each point, and in this assumption is already conclusion. So he concludes, because I assumed three different horizontal planes for each point, therefore I have excess, and therefore these planes are not parallel. This is perfect circular reasoning. So fallacy, logical fallacy, of course.
Yeah, completely. He's imagined he would measure more than 180 degrees in a triangle, and found a way to imagine that proves that horizontals aren't parallel.
Yes, it doesn't. So every step of his process of reasoning, let's say, is false. Assumption is just from nothing, because he assumed already that horizontals are not parallel, and in conclusion he has that horizontals are not parallel. So this is circular reasoning. But in the middle he has this triangle, which supposedly would prove his point, but it doesn't, because this triangle has still normally 180 degrees. So completely not related. This is just gibberish. This is a joke.
It's a joke. Well, I mean, you may say it's a joke. This has been in development over these years. They've spent years of not talking to us, developing this in the background. And it's been hard for them to say it, right? Because it sounds fucking ridiculous. Because it is ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. But now, finally, after talking to enough people, this guy that may or may not be from Maine, he's actually vocalizing this, and at the same time, he's shutting down people within his own organization, with his own community, that are saying, well, no, it'd be a triangle with 180 degrees. So this is the new narrative. This has to happen, has to occur. What this guy is talking about is the only way they've sussed out around triangles having more than 180 degrees. And it's entirely Euclidean, and it's obviously, provably false. But hey, that's the position that the blue marble scientists have put themselves in. They shouldn't mess about with geometry, but they do. And this is where we're at.
Can we welcome Wiggles?
That's logic.
What, Wiggles in here?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Welcome, Wiggles.
All right, Wiggles. Let us just get over this, and then you can come in. And if you have you done anything about geometry, mathematics?
Oh yeah, I've done a few things. Yeah.
Jolly good. Well, we're coming to the end of that. You might be able to help us out.
Sounds good.
Have you measured these angles?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Bev!
You do
the
keep
whole
saying
conversation up
we.
until this
I want
point
to
has
know.
been the whole
No,
conversation up until this point has
Can eat
been
that
about
mic.
hypothetical situations.
Right, so the whole conversation up until this point has been about hypothetical, says this guy. So now we're not talking about angles and planes and triangles. It's just hypothetical. You can hypothetically say whatever you want.
Now, if we want to go back to surveying data that I can definitely post to you that many other people have already posted to you, those show the measurements were greater than 180 degrees. If the conversation becomes, have I personally done it? What you're saying, what you're implying, what your dumbass is now saying is that everybody is lying to you, and it's
No, what I'm saying is, have you done it? Whenever you say we have, I'm asking, have you done it? You're putting yourself as part of the we. I know I'm not part of that we. So I'm asking for somebody who is part of the we. One of those people that have measured triangles with more than 180 degrees. Are you part of that? I don't think he is.
now a grand
No,
conspiracy.
I'm just asking you.
Yes,
to
that's
point
definitely
out-
what you're doing, Bev.
You've stated that we've measured them. I haven't measured these.
It
I would
was
say a
hypothetical.
triangle has
Bev-
180 degrees.
Bev, we
Okay.
went through this. It was hypothetical. It was always hypothetical. We made this very clear. We discussed it at the start. Now you've run out of objections. Your objection is, oh, is this real? No, we were not providing a live commentary of something that was actually happening. It was always hypothetical.
Okay. Well, in reality, triangles only have 180 degrees.
But we
That's
weren't
not.
talking
That's
about-
not.
Then-
That's
then
not
what is the shape that we have measured?
hypothetical at all. Nobody here, as far as I'm aware, has stated that in reality triangles have more than 180 degrees.
That's
They just
literally what we
implied
Nobody
a
in this server said that.
hypothetical.
Thank you, Bev. Nobody in this server ever once said that the triangle has more than 180 degrees in it.
There you go. Nobody in that server has ever said that a triangle has more than 180 degrees.
They did, because if they say that there is an excess, it means that it has to be more. So they align.
No, Blue, I did not draw a triangle with 270 degrees. Triangles only have 180 degrees, Blue. You muppet. You know, hear me when I'm saying this, Blue. Talking about geometry here, and these are provable facts. Triangles only have 180 degrees. Full stop. Provable. But can you see where we're going now, Paper? This is the switcheroo. Right? You thought we were talking about a triangle. Oh, how mistaken you were. Good.
Thank you, Bev, for
Good.
agreeing. Your dumbass just agreed with the shit because I wasn't saying that. What I was saying was that the three sets of azimuths, the internal angles, didn't add up to exactly 180 degrees. Those are not, I'll say it one more time, those are not a triangle.
Those 3 points, A, B, and C, those three angles, part of the triangle ABC, is now being said they're not part of the triangle ABC.
Nonsense.
Blue marble
have to-
science.
They have to be, always. Any 3 points. If they are not on the line, no collinear, they will create triangle always. So what he's saying this is another nonsense.
It's this is the blue marble scientific method. This is how you deal with people when talking about triangles. You could do this to a child, surely. I mean, the blue marble scientific community must teach their children about triangles this way. There's a difference between a triangle and a triangle in reality. It changes. It changes into a not triangle. Well, like a not that triangle. Not that triangle. Somehow different, but unable to explain it by talking about a triangle. You just say it's a not triangle. Okay, good. As long as everybody now is clear.
Then why do we measure
Well, I
this?
bet you're not.
No, Brenda's about to let us know now.
No, but I'm just building on what Doofus said, which is then how do you account for this measurement that Doofus was talking about?
How do you account for the measurement that Doofus was talking about?
Hypothetical?
Yeah, the hypothetical measurement that he just made up, that he was just talking about, that he told everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I would say
have
we've got a hot mic.
They go hook it back up and see if it's.
Is there a hot mic there somewhere? Is that Rob?
Yes, Rob.
That's Rob, yeah.
Somebody
I got him.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got him.
Again,
Yep.
triangles only have 180 degrees.
Okay, then we're not
we
talking
weren't
about a
talking about a
triangle.
fucking
What
triangle,
is
you
this shit
dumbass.
then?
So they're not talking about a triangle now, which is exactly what we started the conversation off at. So
still,
go on.
3 points create
A
triangle.
Yeah.
Not square. A triangle.
But it's a
So
not
how-
triangle. This blue marble science. We're going to point out to everybody this year. Blue marble science is the science of the not that. You thought we were talking about a triangle. Well, clearly to them, they're not talking about a triangle, but they are talking about a triangle. But it's blue marble science. Welcome to 2023. And
This is
conversing.
mental.
Yeah. This is what it's been like all the time. But it's really hard to have these conversations because the people that come in, like Doofus now, the guy that may or may not live in Maine, he may have been hiding in the background talking all sorts of rubbish to all of his mates. I think he's been pushed out now, right? He has to do something. You're the one. Go on, you're the one that you know all about this. Go on, have a chat with them. And it's quite clear that he hasn't got a clue. He's been bullshitting. This guy that may or may not live in Maine and may have associations with other people, he's been teaching you paralogisms. He's expressing his own paralogisms, and it's quite clear to anybody with an inkling of geometric knowledge exactly what's going on here.
He wasn't talking about a triangle, was he? He didn't mention the word triangle until
He didn't mention the word triangle. He didn't. We were talking about a triangle though, right?
he was telling that he wasn't talking about a triangle.
3 mountaintops.
We describe a shape. You keep saying it's not a triangle. By your definition, we can agree on that. Then what is it?
No, it is a triangle. He's trying to get me to redefine it. It's a triangle. I don't remember how many times I've been saying. But again, this is one of the tactics that occurs whenever you're in these arenas. I've been saying it's a triangle, but now this guy's coming in and he's telling me that I'm saying it's not a triangle. He's trying to get me to define the not that for him because he can't define it. He hasn't got a clue. It is a triangle. In reality. Crazy. Triangle.
Well, then you've got a definition problem.
I don't have a definition problem. I keep telling you, triangles only have 180 degrees. And if you've got 3 points and 3 angles, then you actually have a triangle. And that triangle will have 180 degrees.
Are you saying that you can't make any shape at all that has 3 points that's not a triangle?
Silent?
Yeah, that's my silence.
Yes, I would say this is impossible.
Doesn't deserve an answer, does it? Like,
Yes,
ridiculous.
because it's obvious. 3 points will always create a
Triangle.
triangle,
Yeah.
and only triangle, not something else. You cannot create something else.
What happened?
He went to go get some more cheese and crackers or some fucking shit.
Probably.
Yeah,
No, that's-
3 points.
Can you
and
answer the
3
question, please?
angles.
Answer
That's
the
a
question, please,
triangle.
Beth.
It's a
Answer the
triangle.
question about
Can you not make any other shape with 3 points?
3 points and 3 angles is a triangle. What other shape would you put forward?
I'm asking you.
See, he's asking me.
Yes.
What
Reversal
something
burden
else
of
would
proof.
be if a triangle wasn't a triangle. What would you call it? A not triangle, but 3 straight lines and 3 points and 3 angles. The not that of the blue
Yes,
marble science.
He was asking you to create something like not triangle, having 3 points.
Yeah.
So he wanted you to make a fool for yourself.
We call this, right, a subversal, right? It's a sophisticated response where you reverse the original question on the unsuspecting person. But I mean, I'm not unsuspecting, but there will be people that do get caught out with this type of argumentation. It's not an argument, it's just sophistry. We've been talking about something. I've been stating all along that it's a triangle. And now he's saying to me to come up with what he wants to occur that isn't a triangle that I've been talking about all along. You've got to be careful when you're talking to blue marble scientists. They're confused people. And they just want to pass on that confusion to you. Even when talking about triangles. Triangles, for fuck's sake. I'd say it's a triangle.
You've given us 2 sets of definitions. One says the shape that we measured cannot be a triangle.
He said the nerve.
2 sets of
He
definitions.
said you've given us 2 sets of definitions. No.
But now he is lying. Sorry. Sorry. He is lying.
Yeah, but when
Just
you
a lie.
say, no, I didn't say that, right? And in these rooms, you can hear how this takes effect, right? That was said, a blatant lie was said to trigger a response and to give them an out, to take the conversation away from where they were. They've been caught with their pants down, showing a triangle and saying, but not that. And then you go, what do you mean not that? That's a triangle. And they're going, well, what would you call it if it wasn't that? And you go, but it is a triangle. No. Tell me what you would imagine you'd call it if it wasn't that. What am I thinking about? That's what they're asking you to do. They're asking you to fill the void that's in their head from their own confusion.
Yes,
Sneaky
so this
fuckers.
is reversal burden of proof, or reversed burden of proof. You have to prove them.
What they want to imagine, that you haven't got a clue
yes.
what they're imagining because you can only see the triangle. There is only the triangle there that they're talking about. Yet, it's imaginometry, isn't it? They're trying to get me to satisfy their imaginometry through appeasing them. And any time I were to appease them in any way, they would consider that a victory. But it's not a victory Because what they're doing is messing with people's minds, obviously. They're not messing with my mind. Absolutely. But all of the other people that were in that room. There's 40 odd people in that room. Maybe even 60 when we were over there. Who knows? But they're all listening to this rubbish. Here we go.
Triangle.
No, I
One
haven't
says
done
that it
You
must
have.
be a triangle.
No. Your mate Doofus said it wasn't a triangle. I said A, B, C. That's a triangle. 3
And then you
coplanar
said-
points. That's a
and then you said it
triangle.
wasn't.
180 degrees.
This is. I'm gonna tell you
That's a
guys
triangle.
unless you guys demonstrate this in some 3D program, he's not gonna get it. It's a little too abstract.
He won't get it
The
even when
three
you do
planes of a
demonstrate it, because
triangle. He's not gonna get it.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
He wanted to present something in 3D program and to show something to you, and
Yeah. To
but you would
to show me the three planes of a triangle.
But he restricted or retracted, but because you wouldn't understand anyway. So
listen.
Demonstrate this in some 3D program. He's not gonna get it. It's a
Oh,
little
he
too
gets
abstract.
He won't get it
The
even
three
when you do
planes of a
demonstrate it, because
triangle.
There you go.
The three planes of a triangle. He's not.
The 3 planes of a triangle. Now,
This is-
how many other people have ever uttered that? Ever in the history of man? How many people do you imagine have ever uttered that sentence? The 3 planes of a triangle. I bet there isn't many.
This is new nonsense.
Yeah. That's fantastic nonsense. The 3 planes of the triangle. Fuck's
I heard
sake.
points. I heard points. Maybe I'm hearing things.
I'll put it back again.
He's not gonna get it.
Okay.
Demonstrate this in some 3D program. He's not gonna get it. It's a
Oh, he
little too
gets
abstract.
He won't get it
The
even
three planes of a triangle.
Yes, planes.
Yeah.
Planes. He said
Yes, planes. Oh my God, yeah.
And he said before, because he was talking about this that each point has own horizontal. So he is talking about horizontal planes. He's now talking about planes, but these planes are meant to be horizontal for each point of the triangle. So this is clear. He's talking about horizontal planes for
Okay.
each triangle point.
How many people will have ever uttered the words 3 planes, the 3 planes of the triangle? Listen to it again. I think it's amazing.
The three planes of a triangle. He's not.
The 3 planes of the triangle.
The three planes of a triangle.
The 3 planes of a triangle.
Yes, yes.
You don't understand that. I mean, I might have to clip that. I don't know how to do it.
The three planes of a triangle.
Snip.
The three planes of a triangle.
And snip. Look at that. Oh, you weren't watching on YouTube, right?
Nothing in it.
Nothing
in it. Hey, just want to let you know, nothing in a Google search for 3 planes of a triangle.
No, the 3 planes.
Nothing at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I reckon there's not many people that have ever said that. And I would take credit in being in that conversation. Because I don't think, had I not been there, I don't think those words would have been uttered if we hadn't have been having this conversation. This is exactly why we do this.
This is GEMS, right? When we went to GEMS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 3 planes of a triangle.
Wow.
You heard it here. Well, you didn't hear it here first, but welcome. We're the ones to have exposed this. Because they're serious about this. This is a must-do situation. This is a model dictates. Blue Marble Science model dictates that you must say this. Remember, we started off the year about a horizontal line from A to B and it not being able to be horizontal within the Blue Marble scientific method. Well, this is an extension of that. It doesn't get any better for the Blue Marble scientists. They can't deal with the basics, then it just multiplies. It gets worse and worse and worse because every one of these proofs that we have is a rock solid mathematical proof. These are the actual proofs. And it starts with the horizontal being a straight line. And then now you can see the problem that's occurring. Why can't you orientate the plane of the triangle horizontally? What's up with that? Does the angles of the triangle change if you orientate it in any different way? Does the measurement of the angles change if you orientate the triangle any different way?
Negative.
No, it's just still a triangle with the angles in between.
Hey,
so last year.
Sorry, Essie, can I butt in for just a second? Just wanted to thank Gordzilla. He gifted 5 subs.
Yeah,
again
yeah. Thanks
Gords.
Again.
Yeah.
That's it.
Sorry, Essie, go ahead.
Yeah.
Wow, thanks, Gord. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say last year we paid a visit. They got rid of proof. This year, New Year's Eve present, we have a triangle with 3 planes. Wow.
The 3 planes of a triangle. I mean,
it sounds like a movie.
Yeah.
Clean to it. Yeah.
You could almost say that is a Blue Marble scientific proof. It has to be, right? There's no other way it could be. So that has to be a Blue Marble scientific proof.
But this is circular reasoning with, let's say, middle term, fallacious middle term, or like modus ponens.
It's like the whole thing's a fallacy.
Yes, fallacy on fallacy. So just complete nonsense. Because sometimes smart sophist is making deliberately mistake.
Clever trick.
Clever, yes, it has to be clever, but this is so stupid. So I cannot imagine. So,
let me correct you, paper. It's not circular reasoning. It's triangular reasoning on steroids.
Yeah, maybe this is this new triangulation that Nathan was mentioning. I don't know.
And this is where we're at with the Blue Marble scientific method, right? And you might understand now why we call this Blue Marble science, the science of the not that, because every part of their reasoning is not that reason, not actual reasoning, and every part of their logic is definitely not logic as you'd imagine it. And the mathematical process is not the mathematical process that you would imagine. When they're talking about straight lines, it may or may not be the straight line that you're thinking of. And they won't tell you. Everything the Blue Marble scientific method produces is not that, but with no definition of that. Other than the definition that you're using of the that you understand about. It's just not that. And this is exactly what's going on here. If you don't understand this Blue Marble scientific method, don't worry. It's not that you're not smart enough. It's because it is nonsense. You cannot understand it because there's nothing to understand about it. It's just ridiculous. So please be aware that the blue marble science and the blue marble scientists that you're talking to have no authority in anything. Not even sophistry. They've got nothing. Carry on.
He's not going to get it.
Okay.
That's fine. He doesn't have to
Can
get
you
that
just
part
say
right
the
now,
three
but
planes of a triangle?
of the shape that we're talking about. Anyway, so just so we're all on the same page, you have measured 3 angles between 3 points that add up to more than 180 degrees.
I haven't. No, I haven't.
In this hypothetical,
no,
there are
you
3
can't
measurements.
hypothetically give me something that's impossible. It can't be done. There you go. You like that? He still throws back to the hypothetical where he gives me something that's impossible, and I'm saying no. But the only reason I can stand there and say no is that I've got a firm understanding of the logic and the geometry based behind what the bullshit he's talking about. I can see he's gaslighting because I actually have the proof. This man is trying to tell me to give up my proof that triangles only have 180 degrees because of what?
But there is another trick here in this whole conversation, because they set up this hypothetical example, but these measurements they wanted you to consider as real, and if you didn't agree with that, so you didn't agree with reality. So they are mixing hypothetical example with supposedly real measurements. So they are just confusing concreteness in that case, because if the case is hypothetical, so measurements should be hypothetical also, so not real. But now he is arguing about these measurements.
So don't forget that Brenda started this off by saying it's empirical.
Yes, yes.
And now
so
we've gone straight into a hypothetical.
Yes, and hypothetical cannot be empirical. So this is complete nonsense. This whole example.
Thank you very much, Godzilla.
Yeah, you can.
How have you established it can't be done?
Because triangles provably have 180 degrees.
Okay, then this isn't a triangle.
There you go. Now,
again.
Yeah, only once faced with the mathematical proof that triangles only have 180 degrees, now he says, well, it isn't a triangle.
It has to be triangle because there are only 3 points. It has to be triangle.
Has he just admitted, right, that he can't face the argument, but now he's trying some sophistry yet again?
Yes, just repeating.
It's terrible. We see it.
So you guys are going to have to kidnap him and force him to go out to one of these sites and force him to do it, because then he'll have seen it for himself. Until then, he's simply not going to believe you.
Yeah, he doesn't really.
See, they're trying to force me to go out and see it. But seeing it is seeing a triangle with more than 180 degrees, which is impossible.
Or seeing another figure within 3 points.
Yeah, either way, it's fucking ridiculous. And these are people within what they call debate flat earth and more. And like, we're not talking about flat Earth here. We're talking about triangles. So this is the more. We're having a discussion about a geometric figure, a triangle, that grown men seem to be struggling with. And this is built upon the straight line, because obviously that's where I wanted to go to and start off with. And we'd already spent about 3 hours talking to them about, well, them avoiding the conversation of talking about a straight line, because they couldn't have a straight line being straight. So now we've got into a conversation about triangles, and this is where we're at. This is a direct result of us talking about not having straight lines. But like in their imagination, obviously, there's no straight lines here. But you've heard the discussion and not heard the intro, so your mind hasn't been tainted by this. But we are talking about a triangle, and they're not. But how can you have a discussion with somebody in a place called Debate Flat Earth and More, this being the more, when you're thinking you're talking about a triangle, but now they're saying they're not talking about a triangle? Yet it's a figure with 3 points and 3 angles.
That's why I think that you landed in Troll's Cave.
Yeah.
So just normal trolling.
It's well known
what they are doing.
Yeah. Sitting there waiting for people to go in there till they can talk to them like this and just practice trolling.
Care about
No, not one bit.
He just wants to play his word game.
Yeah.
On both sides.
He
I
doesn't
suggest it's
care.
on both sides. He's a, you know.
Well, that's because you're an idiot, Dan.
Dan, you want to hear that again?
Word game.
Yeah.
On both sides.
He
I
doesn't
suggest
care.
it's on both sides. He's a, you know.
Well, that's because you're an idiot, Dan.
Well, it's muddy it's just making mud, just stirring up vision.
No, one's trying to understand the world we live in, the other is trying to deny it. It's not the same thing. It's not equals.
Yeah, I think the
Who's the one that's trying to understand the world that we live in, and who's the one that's trying to destroy it?
Of course, if you cannot see that triangles have more than 180 degrees, then you are out of reality. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Normal trolling.
Yeah, I wonder whether people in this arena, though, are aware of the lengths that some people go to avoid a very simple conversation about a straight line. And the implications of that once you start going beyond, right? Because what you're doing here is you're taking one step beyond the basic foundations that you've already established. You can't come to common ground. You can't come to terms about the building blocks of what we're talking about. And this is a very easy example of the how that occurs. What, the procedure of not coming to terms correctly and having completely different understandings of how you're going to be working forwards. In this particular case, it's obviously just logic. It's a logical understanding and a logical progression where the reasoning process takes over. I'd suggest that the Blue Marble scientists have a different fundamental steps within their methodology. That I'm open to seeing any of this geometric stuff. I was particularly starting back at the first principles, definitions, postulates, any of the propositions, maybe a few of the axioms. Well, all of the axioms would be handy. Of the Blue Marble scientists, of course.
distinction here that gets lost is what you're doing is you're leveling the theodolite at every location.
Yeah.
And then you're measuring the angle.
Did he say leveling the theodolite?
At every
He said-
location.
Yeah.
Single point geometry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but wasn't he saying that was horizontal earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, so
Three
he's just,
times.
He's just confused then between level and horizontal. It's an easy mistake to make on his behalf, right? He is a blue marble scientist, and it's easy to get confused. He probably didn't mean that. I'll give him a mulligan.
The azimuth angle to that object.
See the azimuth angle there. He got confused because that's the horizontal, isn't it? The horizontal plane, the azimuth. In case anybody didn't know that. Check it out for yourself. Check out azimuth, and it'll be a horizontal plane.
Whether it's above or below, you're making that measurement on the same plane.
Yeah,
and then you do that for every other location. And because those angles, all those angles are not coplanar, you get the spherical excess.
Wow. I almost recited word for word about what the other guy said, but it doesn't matter. The angle works as an angle does.
He just repeated the same circular reasoning.
Yeah.
This, what the other guy was saying. So just I think after learning audience new circular reasoning, it was time to repeat. And now it would be time to repeat this circular reasoning to nail into head to the audience. This bullshit.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. I think of what he's trying to say is that if you're making an angular turn from A to B, right? You're stood at C and you're making this turn from A to B. Now, if you look up and turn from A to B, that's a different plane apparently. And if you look down and turn from A to B, again, that's a different plane, but you're still turning from A to B, and the angle, whether you're looking up in the air or down at the ground or at the thing that you're measuring, it matters not. It's exactly the same angle. That's the way angles work. It's the beauty of geometry. The angle will always be the same. So, again, makes no sense of what he's talking about. It's just an angle. But it's an angle particular to a triangle. And the triangle has 3 points. All of the principles, the basic principles of angles and straight lines, just get increased. Because you can link them together. There's another shape that links them together. And that's a circle. Also links all of the points of the triangle together in multiple ways in order to self-prove itself within a fully rounded axiomatic system. It's called Euclidean geometry. It's dead easy to understand, but it's based within logic. And what these guys are doing is fucking about with it. There's no logical process going on here. And I know because I've been in these arena, I've been in these conversations, I've been in these rooms, and I know it's still going on, where people just confuse the shit out of other people for no purpose. But I think it's so they don't have to imagine and understand how simple all of this is, actually. Understanding logic.
Yay, yes.
Yes, and Bev thinks that those zeniths are parallel when we know that they're not. He thinks that he thinks that the perpendicular planes established by those zeniths are all parallel when they are not.
Perpendicular planes established by those zeniths. Brenda just made, I'd say Brenda made a boob, but that may be, I don't know. Brent doesn't understand.
Yes,
There's no
if they are
vertical planes on
diverging,
their model.
if they diverge, they cannot be perpendicular. So nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not listening what he's saying.
Yeah. And do you know, have you ever been over the geometric vertical plane? With a blue marble scientist, have you? Because we can go over a few things of what, you know, like what they imagine of their model. Now, on their model, if they were to have a center point for all verticals, is there a plane that you could imagine, like in a Euclidean plane? Imagine you're imagining converting the two together. Crazy, I know. But I mean, hey, let's just imagine radiuses, right? You don't have to imagine anything then, right? So it's, if you get to see all of the radiuses, is there a plane that goes through the thing where all of the radiuses would be contained within that plane?
You can create this plane inside of the sphere.
Yeah. Right now, if you were to imagine that all of those radiuses were verticals, you would say that that plane would be a vertical plane, or you could call it a radial plane, right?
Yes, something
now,
like that.
With it being a radial plane, it would definitely be able to have a perpendicular to it once you fix the thing, right?
Yes, of course.
Geometrically. But if you were to call that those radials verticals, would you be able to call that perpendicular to the radial plane horizontal if you called the radials horizontal?
No, because it would be misleading because they are interchangeable. So
well, you can't have perpendicular. You can't have horizontal being perpendicular to vertical, can you? And especially not to a vertical plane. Although geometrically possible, like we've just explained with radials, within their worldview of their model, it's impossible. So therefore, that is a reason that they're also not allowed vertical planes. Have a discussion with the blue marble scientist about geometry. You'll find that they have no horizontal planes and also 0 vertical planes. Imagine that.
But wait a second. But if they have this great circle, so it slices this sphere or ball into 2 parts.
Yeah.
And you have in the middle, let's say, of the sphere, this equatorial plane, whatever it is called, this great circle.
Yeah.
So you have this plane. You can create in every direction this or orientation, let's say.
Yeah.
In every orientation you want from the center point. You can rotate this plane, this circle, around the sphere as you like. So you have many vertical planes there.
But you, like I said, you're not actually allowed it. Therefore, it's a contradictory model, and it's contradictory for the fact that you're using a Euclidean sphere, right? So therefore, their entire mathematical geometric structure is based upon a contradiction. Stolen concept, we call it. We call it the great paralogism that nobody ever wants to talk about. ECV, big one. The big lad. It's too many geometric implications of a ridiculous anti-logos type approach to any of this. It's strange that they're still progressing with it. I think they've they've dug themselves into, or backed themselves into a corner, but they've got comfortable there. It's exactly where they want to be, and they're doing very well. Obviously, whatever discussion we were having about the triangle has fallen by the wayside, but these are the repercussions of it. I have to keep trying to bring them back into it, because this is where we have fun, I think.
Jake, I want to point out that on a different server, we were talking about whether or not he sees it in a 3D rendering program. Bacon has actually done this for him for this specific topic, showing a triangle that's on a sphere and at the 3 points using azimuth angles and showing that spherical excess. And Bev still doesn't get it, of course.
Because he doesn't want to.
Does it refuses to or does not? Cannot or will not?
Don't know. That's the good question.
Yeah, that's the perpetual question.
This is what I would call gaslighting, where they're just discussing it amongst themselves to bolster each other's up without actually talking about it, because they can't. They've got nothing to say about it. No argument. Keep pushing those parallelisms, Brenda.
I think that main surveyor and Jesse Kozlowski's
I think they were wise to disappear, weren't they?
I think the interesting thing about this argument is that Bev keeps going back to you get to establish flat.
Yeah. I think Jesse Kozlowski and the guy that may or may not live in Maine and may or may not still be around, going under a different name. Yeah, I think they were wise to actually get out of it as though they were actual real surveyors. I think it was quite bad of them to pretend that they were surveyors. Say what they said.
Argument is that Bev keeps going back to you get to establish flat by 2 points. And
did you hear that? It was another guy, the one that was lying his ass off earlier.
Yeah, but Bev, you don't use the word flat.
I know, but listen to what this guy says.
You get to establish flat by 2 points.
I keep going back to establish flat by 2 points, apparently. I don't know whoever that is, but I mean, that's just a blatant lie. But they can say these sort of things within debate flat earth and more. This is the more part where they just blatantly lie about you.
And no one pushes back on that.
Bev's never said that. Whoever that was misrepresenting Bev again.
That's what you've been doing all along, man. That's what you've been doing all along.
No, definitely not flat.
The main surveyor's measurements that he had, and I forget who the debate was with, where he showed that plumb lines aren't parallel to each other.
That was with that other guy. It was with I Can Something Science. I Can Science that, I think.
I think that's a much more straightforward. That's a much more straightforward.
Wally's saying in the chat that Jesse Kozlowski still talks to them. He can't come out and defend his own shit. The mess he's left them in. Shout out, Brenda. Jesse. Sorry.
That's a much more straightforward and easy to understand example of spherical.
Yeah, it's a pity he's not around anymore, isn't it?
But would that be called
spherical? Never mind. He might come back and help you.
2 dimensions, right? It's not really.
Yeah, do you reckon Jesse's going to come back and help them? Yeah, it's a shame he's not around. Imagine all of that stuff he'd be able to tell you. Character's long gone, though. It's a shame. Well, Wally says he's still around. You never know.
Fear.
Well,
it just demonstrates that the
thanks, guys.
the verticals are not
It
parallel.
It has been good. Have Have
Hey,
a nice
Bev,
new year.
I'm glad
Bev,
you thought so,
unblock
Bev.
me.
Right.
Unblock me from your. Unblock me
sorry.
from your YouTube chat, Bev.
No,
Unblock me.
I'm leaving here because of you, Brenda.
I'm crying.
All right. So see you later, guys. Thanks for the conversations. No doubt we'll be getting into these conversations much more in the year to come. So
well, I
Didn't-
won't.
Have you unbanned
How
me
did I
yet?
get such
No.
power over you, Bev?
Bev, before you go, do you think you could swing by Sacramento?
I've gone. So yeah, that's conversation about triangles. So now you have to look at triangles differently. If you're talking about triangles in reality and how surveyors measure triangles, perhaps you best check for yourself. Find out. See whether triangles have 3 planes. Maybe some guy on Discord's just talking shit. Perhaps. Yeah, it might be me. I could be the one that's just talking shit about triangles having 180 degrees and being between 3 points. Straight lines, shortest distance between those 2 points would establish the plane. Maybe it's me. Maybe, hey, who knows? Blue Marble Science versus, I would say Bev, but I think it seems to be the agents. Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it? Blue Marble Science versus the agents of the Logos. Class. Yeah, that's where we're at. People just want to try and confuse. Now, do you want to join the people that want to confuse people, or
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
If you put in agents of the Logos, they're gonna see logos.
Yeah.
And think you're talking about logos, not logos. Because that's how dumb some of them are. With no logos.
Wally says it is me. It's me with my mathematical proofs of triangles having 180 degrees that isn't able to see the ridiculous shit that Wally's imagining. So, if you want to be able to imagine some really ridiculous shit, then get with Wally.
Did Wiggles have anything to add?
Oh, I don't know, yeah. Sorry, welcome, Wiggles.
Hello, how's it going?
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Great.
Are you familiar with any of that? Triangles, 3-plane triangles.
Yeah, I was listening along. I drew a quick little graphic of what I believe he's talking about. I'll just put the image there.
Wow. Oh, is that Matt? M2M. Welcome.
We got somebody else new too? I haven't been paying
Yeah,
attention.
he's on have you got right angles there?
Yeah, it's just like a quick sketch just to show like at each point on the surface of that sphere you just draw.
Is that how you imagine horizontal?
Yes.
So not a straight line.
No, it's like a plane or a line or a tangent plane or a tangent line.
But your lines are curved.
Well, the yellow lines of the triangle are curved. Those are lines across the surface of the sphere. But the
you do realise a tangent is a Euclidean term?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also like a term in calculus.
So you imagine horizontal to be like a Euclidean, in a Euclidean sense, a plane.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's one way you can refer to a horizontal. I guess as either like a tangent line or a tangent plane.
Okay. Now all perpendiculars to the plane, Euclidean, would be parallel.
All perpendiculars to the plane would be parallel. Yes.
Okay. And as we all know, horizontal and vertical are parallel, are perpendicular to each other.
Horizontal and parallel are
horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Sorry, I misspoke.
Sure, yeah, but then the question comes to the surface of the Earth. Is
the horizontal plane that you established was a Euclidean plane, like you said.
Yeah.
With all perpendiculars being parallel.
Yeah, but that's just a result in like 3D Euclidean space, like in linear algebra or something like that.
No, like in actual geometry, a plane.
Yeah, or geometry too. Yeah.
Yeah. So all perpendiculars to that plane, the one that you called horizontal, would be parallel, and all perpendiculars to a horizontal would be vertical, wouldn't they?
All perpendiculars to a horizontal.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a horizontal plane, yes. If it's a horizontal line, no.
What? What's the difference between, like if you have a horizontal plane, then any 2 points anywhere on that plane would be a straight line that you will be able to call horizontal, right? So there's no difference between the horizontal line and the plane, really. None. In fact, none. There's no difference because all of the straight lines lie within the plane, every one of them.
Yeah, I would give you part marks for your mathematical accuracy there, but I know what yes, you can, like, all the lines that live in the plane would be perpendicular to the normal that define the plane, yes.
What, the perpendicular that defined the plane? No, the plane, we established the plane first and then said all perpendiculars to the plane would be parallel.
Yeah, it's kind of a trivial result in geometry or linear algebra, yes.
Yeah, it's definitional, that. Because always the perpendiculars have already been proved, so the extension to the plane within solid geometry is a given. It becomes a definition. So the question would be vertical and horizontal, perpendicular in reality?
Vertical and horizontal, yeah, like at a point on the Earth's surface, yeah, the horizontal and the perpendicular. Yeah.
You understand what perpendicular is? Geometrically.
Yeah, like orthogonal at a 90-degree angle too, yes, yeah.
Yeah, two straight lines.
Well, two straight lines could be at any angle to each other.
No, two straight lines form a perpendicular. Two straight lines a very, very particular relationship to each other. One where all right angles become equal. So that sort of shows you that those lines have to be straight.
But which lines have to be straight?
The horizontal and the vertical. In order for them to be perpendicular, they need to be straight lines, not points.
Well, the horizontal and the vertical are like straight by definition, I think. So it doesn't establish anything to state a definition that's true. That's just tautological, I guess.
Okay, so we have established that there is a link between vertical and horizontal and straight and planes, obviously.
I guess so, yeah.
Good, cool.
Yeah, because I think you always want to go, like, the end goal in this is like to get like to the surface of the Earth, right? And like what a level line.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not bothered about the Earth at all. It's just a geometric understanding. I don't give a shit about the Earth. Why are you bothered? Do you think there's something?
Oh, yeah, just because, like, back, in, like, around 2016, I heard about, like, that flat Earth stuff, so then I went out to try and see if I could debunk it myself.
Definitely not flat.
Yeah, I would agree. Definitely
Yes.
not flat.
Good. Good. And as we've just said, we've got now we've got a firm understanding of what horizontal and vertical are.
Yeah, so like, what's where do you apply that and take it from there? I guess like you just like kind of achieve that result and or like prove that result and just stick with it or not go any further, or do you like expand on it or see where else it leads?
Well, do you think, or have you ever attempted to prove a straight line or a line that lies within a plane?
What do you mean by prove a line?
Again?
Line is an object.
Well, I mean, have you ever done it geometrically?
Have I ever proved a line geometrically?
Yeah, a straight line.
Well, a line is like a set in mathematics, and you don't prove sets, really. You prove statements.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, you could give me a statement to prove, and I could take a crack at it, but I can't really prove a line. That doesn't really make sense.
Here we go. Have you ever done anything geometrically? Have you ever done any geometry?
Yeah, like I made like a celestial navigation calculator like a few days ago.
Wow.
So
nice. No, I meant actual geometry. Have you ever done any of the actual proofs within geometry?
Yeah,
I mean, like Euclid.
We don't tend to look at lights in the sky to prove the floor we're standing on.
Well, I mean, for instance, have you ever mathematically proved that a triangle can only have 180 degrees?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty simple proof. Yeah, and like a planar triangle, to be clear. Yes, but yeah, you can prove that one pretty easily. Yeah,
It's just a triangle, right?
Let's see. That's it uses like that interior angles thing, I think.
Well, what about this one? Check this out, right? If I was to say as a statement, you said, give me something to prove, right? One part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. Do you think you could prove that?
Yeah, it sounds fairly obvious, yeah.
No, but do you think you could prove it?
Yeah, so you take as given that a straight line, like a straight Euclidean line, has a segment that is within a plane, and then restate it. That another.
So there's one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane, and another part without it.
Yeah, well, if you had that position, you could just measure the angle between the two segments, and they would form an angle other than 180 degrees, and I guess that would prove it kind of on the fly. I guess informally, I guess that would suggest a proof. You can measure an angle other than 180 degrees, and then you would not have a straight line.
Wow. Do you think within Euclid there is an angle of 180 degrees?
Well, yeah, that's like well, yeah, of course. So pi radians are 180 degrees. Yeah.
Do you want me to read you a definition? You might have missed it.
Okay, sure.
These are. I mean, it's Euclid, right? Sort of the foundations of mathematics, or do you not? Or do you not acknowledge that? Do you? Is this like an old book, or the foundations of mathematics as we know it?
Well, like nowadays, like a common starting point for mathematics is like Zermelo-Fraenkel axioms with the axiom of choice sometimes, which people don't. The axiom of choice is like controversial, but people use it. But yeah.
Nice. It says here, listen, a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together, but are not in the same straight line.
A plane rectilinear angle, you said? Or?
Is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together, but are not in the same straight line. So that would suggest, wouldn't it, that within Euclid, there is no angle of 180 degrees. It's just a straight line or plane.
Well, he said plane rectilinear angle. Like, that's a specific type of thing. He didn't just say, like, an angle. Like, because you can have, obviously, the sum of two right angles, and that would be a 180-degree angle.
Would be a straight line.
Yeah, well, it does totally make sense to have, like, 180 degrees.
Because
like
that would be a perpendicular, as defined, and the meeting of two straight lines. So you would know by the fact that it's two right angles that that's a proof that it's a straight line. That's what I was saying at the beginning.
Oh yeah, well yeah, like if you have two lines that are at that form a 180 degrees angle, then yeah, they are basically within the same straight line. Yes, sure, yeah.
It is the same straight line. There's no need to confuse anyone. It's just straight line or plane. And if one of those is vertical, then the other one will be horizontal.
But if one of the lines that are at 180-degree angle from each other?
I think we've already established that there is
hang on.
angle
At a
of 180
degree
But how would you have an angle of 180 degrees between... what were you talking about then? Was that a brain fart?
No, yeah, like a concept of a 180-degree angle makes sense. Like in planetary, like if you're measuring the phase angle between, I don't know, whatever, like planets, or the phase angle between voltage sinusoids or whatever, like it makes it's 100% sensible to talk about a 180-degree angle.
Right. Genius.
Like the sine of 180 degrees is perfectly defined. It's equal to 0. The cosine of 180 degrees is perfectly defined. It's -1. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a well-defined angle.
Oh, a straight line. It's better defined as a straight line, though, I find.
No, yeah. Multiple ways to look at it, yeah.
Well, geometrically speaking, which is where we were talking about foundations of mathematics through geometry, the unit value, the unit circle.
Yeah, I think. Give me one sec. I think it really confuses the issue for people that are maybe listening and not watching. When you say 180-degree angle, but people think you're talking about an angle when you're actually talking about a straight line.
Well, I was just using that as like I was just kind of quickly coming up with a way that I would prove that if a straight line had a segment that lived within like that intersected a plane, then the entire line would have to intersect the plane. Like that, I was just kind of on the fly. I would have to use a 180-degree angle somewhere in a step of the proof.
No, just the statement of a 180-degree angle is nonsensical.
Yeah, I can't see why you'd inject a number value to something into your proof.
Well, what about if you had like like a voltage, like everyone gets like AC voltage coming into their house. What if you had like if you accidentally, flipped the phase on a voltage or something and inverted it?
Well, just so you know, I'm an electrician, and AC voltage flips constantly. That's why it's called AC, alternating current. So it flips positive, negative, backwards every cycle. or frequency, with whatever your voltage is, it
Yeah,
will have a frequency.
But the point being, like, you could have two voltages, two sinusoids being 180 degrees out of phase. That's like where a 180 degree angle would show up, for example.
It's more commonly known as a straight line. What do you
Yeah.
think
Oh,
about?
I didn't realize I was on mute. Yeah, I said a straight line.
Yeah. And what do you reckon about the three planar triangle? You've already done it. Well, would that depict the angles?
Well, I mean, like, you could just measure the angles of the triangle.
Yeah, and that would be a triangle, wouldn't it, with 180 degrees?
Well, if it was a spherical triangle, the angles would add up to a little bit over 180 degrees.
Well, you could have extended your planes and drawn the angles between your points and let everybody see how the angles would be adding up to more than 180. Surely you've done that, haven't you?
Well, I mean, I could just like go on Google Earth and like just zoom in and get an approximate angle for each of the angles of the triangle, and it'd be like, I don't know, 200 degrees, 210 degrees, something like that. I don't know.
Would you have line of sight?
Well, probably not for a triangle that big. You'd probably not be able to see the vertices.
Isn't what we're talking about then, because we were talking about, I don't know whether you heard it, a triangle, a sighted triangle from A to B. You sight 1B to C. That's how it did. And then they said there was three planes. So you depicted a picture showing three planes, but you didn't seem to mention that they couldn't actually see each other. So could you actually draw it like they depicted it?
Well, I don't have the exact latitude and longitude of each of the three vertices that they measured.
It's just a triangle ABC. Does it matter?
Oh no, because if you said I want to depict it accurately, it's going to be like a really small triangle.
Did you not hear? It was a hypothetical. We were just talking hypothetically. Now, can you depict that hypothetical triangle? Do you think you could do it? Or would you expect that one of those guys that said about it, do you reckon they could depict it? Do you reckon there is a depiction of this three plane, the three planes of the triangle? Have you ever heard anybody say that before?
Well, no, I've never heard that before, but what I interpreted was they were just creating three tangent planes at each of the vertices of the spherical triangle.
So the three planes of the triangle. Yeah. Now, can you, or do you think you could depict that three planes of a triangle and the angles that would be drawn, distance measured between when looking from one point to the other?
So I think I could depict them when looking from one point to the other, like.
Yeah, because that's what they were doing. That's what they were actually hypotheticalizing. 3 points on top of mountains, looking at each other and measuring the angle. As you would imagine, like an angle measurement. You have to see the point that you're starting from and the bit that you're ending at. You have to be able to see them. So that's why we go to mountaintops to do that. So do you reckon you could depict the three planes of...
Well, I mean, like I could give like a mathematical definition of the three planes. Be kind of boring because I'd have to get the vectors and the angles and work it out. But yeah, forget the.
Yeah, well, I have a whiteboard here. I could probably draw it up real quick, kind of like you drew it on that little globe you had.
You know the three planes of the triangle. I'm just thinking. Is one of those the actual three coplanar points of the triangle? Or Are we missing out on that? Wait.
Coplanar points of a triangle.
Yeah. Yeah, the actual triangle. The one that everybody imagines whenever you're talking about this.
Yeah, the one without the 3 squares.
Yeah, there's just one planar triangle. Just the triangle, right? Is that one of the planes of the 3 planes of the triangle that you're going to be able to depict?
That would not be. No, it wouldn't be.
Wow.
It would be its own plane.
Let's forget about that triangle. Like, not that, right? We'll just leave the triangle, the one that is a triangle, and say not that, and we're going to have 3 other triangles that
No, we got
that.
3 squares.
So I guess, yeah, now we've defined 4 planes, really. We got the 4 planes of a triangle.
Is it not just 3 angles now, though? You've just separated it to 3 separate angles, surely. But I mean, hey, I don't know. Maybe you've been rushed along by some weird shit that some other dude said in another chat room, and now you're thinking, fuck, what have I put myself into now? But you've now, if you separate 3 planes from the triangle, you've only got 3 angles. You've not got a triangle at all. You've said not that. And that leaves you in a really weird position when you're dealing with something as simple as a triangle.
Well, they're talking about like spherical triangles, which are different than planar triangles. Like,
really? How are they different?
It's like a spherical triangle is a triangle whose sides are arcs of a great circle in the surface of a sphere.
Arcs of a great circle.
So we're getting away from Euclidean geometry?
Yeah, I guess we would be, yep.
Well, yeah, no, we like to stay in reality.
Well, if by reality you mean Euclidean geometry, I don't know, you might be surprised by the modern science.
The blue marble science.
No, like that, like relativity, or like even just like the surface of the Earth. Like it's...
Yeah, go on. Tell us more.
Well, the surface of the Earth is a sphere, and if you live in the surface of the... if you limit yourself to the surface of a sphere and you only consider 2 dimensions, then yeah, you've left Euclidean geometry. If you go into general relativity...
Euclidean does go into that one that I said to you about a straight line within a plane and another part without it, right? That was book 11, solid geometry. That's why I asked you if you could prove it. Like, actually prove it in reality. Could you actually make that proof, that Euclidean proof, into a proof within reality? Could you prove that one part of a straight line lies within a plane and another part cannot lie without it, outside of that plane?
Well, in reality, you don't really prove things. You make hypotheses and you gather evidence to test the hypotheses, and you either like sort of lean towards accepting the hypothesis or rejecting it, but you never really prove anything. That's that's the thing in science, right? Like there's nothing as certain in science, if you have to be really blunt about it.
Really?
Yeah.
So do you deny proofs then? If somebody were to say, here's a proof, you would say, no.
Well, if someone said like they
what if somebody told you to follow the science?
Like in science, like there's a really good book, like a short book, this guy Science It Out, he referred me to, like it explained like the logic of like testing a hypothesis and how you can become closer to...
advise you to go to a scientific logic book, somebody called Science It Out.
Yeah, so nice. I found that was like a really it's like lays it out really clearly kind of thing.
Yeah, It lays out exactly the logical principles of understanding, gaining knowledge, right? Which is science, supposedly.
Yeah. So yeah, but
So
in
there's a
mathematics,
definite direct link, isn't there, between logic and the scientific method? At least the actual scientific method, the way of finding knowledge, and not just the blue marble scientific method of accepting contradictory shit.
in math though, like you can prove things. Absolutely, yes, that's what math is all about. Is about proving
Geometry
theorems.
too.
Yeah, and geometry as a branch of math, that is true of geometry. Yes.
Okay, so you can actually prove geometric things in reality, i.e., Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras' theorem. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Nice.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5 triangles used daily by bricklayers, people in construction sites, anybody really, using the mathematical principles of the 3, 4, 5 relationship, Pythagorean triple. So that, I mean, that could be realized, couldn't it?
Yeah, but when you say prove in reality, that's I don't know, like science doesn't prove things.
Well, is it not proof enough that the 3, 4, 5 triangle providing a perpendicular, a right angle, isn't that proved daily, in reality, practically? Couldn't you call that an empirical?
Well, yeah, you can construct these things in reality to some approximation, but there's always a little bit of error when you construct or measure things in reality. There's always tolerances.
Right, but mathematically, the proof goes along, right? Logically, the proof is there, it's the same. Mathematically, the proof's exactly the same. When you practically do it, you do exactly the same. You replicate the logic to the geometry, to the mathematics, to the practical.
Yeah, but if I if I construct if I draw a line that's like 3 centimeters long, and then I connect from one point on that line, I draw a line that's 4 centimeters long, and then I draw another one that's 5 centimeters long and make a triangle. Well, if someone gets out an electron microscope or like some ridiculous level of precision, they're gonna find no, it wasn't 3 centimeters, it was 3.001 centimeters.
Still be a triangle though, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, within some tolerance, yes.
So the problem comes within the number representation of what you're talking about. But like we said with the Pythagoras, you're finding a right angle, and a right angle isn't numerical, is it? It's a perpendicular relationship between two straight lines. And would you call that mathematics? Or would you call that just logic?
I don't know, your statement was kind of vague.
What about two straight lines? Don't forget that you won't require the point. So this whole discussion about the proof of perpendicular being two straight lines, and the discussion of two right angles making a straight line and not two right angles. I mean, they don't call it two right angles, do they? It's called a straight line.
Oh, you're talking about the 180-degree angle. No, that is an angle. That's an angle.
Sort of goes to prove the straight line, though, doesn't it?
Well, yeah,
the
if
fact
you have
that you
two,
can divide it in half and have 90s and all right angles being equal.
Yeah, so what's
Proves the
your end?
perpendicularity? You can move that along, couldn't you? Either line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Bev, I guess I gotta ask you, what is your end goal? Where are you using the proof as a what? That's obviously a stepping stone. So what's your final kind of goal or destination or kind of conclusion that you're hoping to reach or something? Or
there is no end goal in mind. I think that's how we said it.
Okay, so it's just exploration for the sake of exploration.
It's just logic. finding the simple, cutting through the confusion.
How about conversation
Mm-hmm.
to move forward?
Okay, I can be precise about like what my goal is, I guess, if you want, or
go on.
Yeah, so basically, when this flat Earth stuff came out, like I'm just trying to figure out how my observations, because like there's, yeah, so I may be in the wrong place because I'm looking for a flat earther to explain my evidence. Is basically what my goal is.
Can you not explain your own evidence?
Yeah, well,
we do have a.
yeah. My evidence I explained by Earth being a globe. But what were you saying, Rob?
No, I was just saying we do have a flat earther.
Oh, we do have a flat Earth here. Maybe he has an explanation for my evidence.
But what is your evidence?
Basically, about 40 times or so now, I've kind of gone to the beach and like observed like the ocean obstructing like a distant island, and I also went up. Then there's a bluff right next to it.
Okay,
too.
wait, no. Let's just deal with one at a time. No scattergun.
Okay,
right?
sure, yeah.
So you go to the beach and you look with your eyeballs at the horizon and see a boat disappearing bottom up. Did you take your camera with you, like a P1000 or a P900?
Well, I took binoculars with
Or
me,
a
but
telescope? Binoculars? They're kind of a set distance already. You can't really zoom in with them very much. I would recommend taking a telescope next time. Look with your eyeballs, and then
don't take a telescope to the beach. That'd be
embarrassing. It would. It would look kind of silly. But what you could do is actually bring that whole image of the boat back from the bottom
It'd probably be upside down as well, Rob.
Yeah, it could. The horizon does weird things. Bev, show them your Fata Morgana picture. Yeah, no, but show them your Fata Morgana picture. That one's dope.
Yeah. I don't want to be the one explaining to him his evidence that says 'tis globe. Because I know that's ridiculous. That's why he's looking for a flat earther to do it.
Yeah. I was just indulging him a little bit. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've picked an object that was like 157 meters in elevation, like a land point. Like, I just went on Google Earth, found the highest elevation, which is 157 meters.
And that would be a straight line.
Well, that's the elevation of the highest point of land. Like,
but when you said then an elevation, that number that you gave us, so many meters, that would be a straight line, right?
Well, I mean, sure, yeah, you can think of it as like a straight line from the tip of the land point to the right down to like sea level within the Earth. Yeah, sure, yeah.
The established datum point.
Yeah, but the point is
the
like
vertical, right?
Yeah, when you just
and
like
vertical
divide
and horizontal are perpendicular.
Yeah. The point being 157 divided by 62 or kilometers, or 157 meters divided by 62 kilometers, whatever it works out to. Like it is free. It's a big, it's a darn big piece of land. Like binoculars are not even needed. Like you can see that.
So
it's
you divided? Did you divide the vertical by the horizontal distance?
Yeah, like it's a really cool trick. Like because of because the small angle approximation. Like if you know something is like 10 meter, like if something is really far away and it's like small angular size, then like you can calculate the angular size of the object just by dividing its height by its distance from you.
Okay.
So if like something is 10 meters tall, 10,000 meters away, then it's
they're both straight line, right?
Yeah, straight lines, yeah.
Both straight lines. Good.
And you'd have 10 over 10,000 or 1 over 1,000, so 1,000th of a radian would be
rise
the
over run.
angular size. Yeah. That's a calculation I use a lot.
Nice.
So then if we divide, I'm just going to divide it right quick. 157 divided by 62,000. Uh, 2 millirads, and the limit of human vision is 0.3 millirads. So we're like 10 times, like the thing is 10 times bigger than it needs to be like it's 10 times bigger than the limit of human vision. So it's like telescope's not going to make any difference. Like it's already big enough to see. So to go with Rob's point about the like the P9000 bringing it back, like no, it's already big enough and it's not visible. It's not brought back.
No, but how did you measure that distance?
Google Earth.
Okay. And you said it's a straight line.
Well, it's the distance is a curved line, but it's like it's only not
you
even
did
one.
Just say it was a straight line. Did you?
Well, I don't know. I was just like kind of agreeing with you, just like temporarily, because like it didn't really matter.
We're temporarily agreeing with you, i.e., not agreeing.
Wait.
Lying.
But line of sight is curved. So you are saying that line of sight is curved?
Oh no, I'll just go back on that. Like I didn't know exactly what you said when you meant straight line. I thought like, do you mean like straight line to the object? I'm like, sure, it's just as well to call it that. It's like it does like the straight or curved. It doesn't matter in this case, like for the distance.
That was the question. It's a straight line distance, isn't it?
Well, there is a distance across the surface of the Earth, like curved. And then there's a straight line
Not to a meter.
distance.
There's no curve within a meter, is there?
Well, a very, very slight curve, like not maybe a little bit small, like a drop a little bit smaller than the diameter of an atom. So, like, good luck measuring that.
Are you being serious, or are you just joking?
No, like that's if you just if the radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers, then yeah, you can just like calculate the drop in a meter, and it's I forget I did the calculation. I don't know. Yeah, from the tangent line. Yeah, the drop from a tangent line as you travel 1 meter in distance across Earth's surface.
Are you saying the meter isn't a tangent line?
Well,
so you're saying the meter would be curved and there would be a tangent line when placed against the meter would show a curve.
Well, like
sorry,
if you
the
had
meter lying in an orientation, obviously, because if you inverted the curve, you know,
well,
go
okay,
the other way, wouldn't it? So you can't have that.
So,
you can't have a meter curving, can you?
Well, you can have a
like hold this way.
Yeah, you can calculate the distance. You can calculate the distance of an arc length. Yes.
A meter we're talking about, though.
Yeah, you can have a distance. You can have a path that's curved, and you can measure the distance of that path. Yeah.
But we're talking about a meter, and you're saying a meter actually curves.
A nanometer across the surface of a sphere, like, still has curvature. Like.
Right, okay then. Is there a limit to how long within meters you could draw a line?
A limit to how far you could draw a line?
Yeah. Let's imagine a great circle.
If you run out of ink, then I guess that's your limit.
Let's imagine a great circle. Is there a point where we end up back at where we started off from? If we were to go, like, put a point down and say, this is our start point, and we're going to go in meters in a straight line. Is there any point where we would return back to ourselves?
Yeah, well, yes, if you had a 1 meter diameter or 1 meter radius sphere, then if you traveled 6.28 meters in a walking in a straight line around the surface of that sphere, then yeah, 6.28 meters later, you'd end up where you started. Yeah. Well, you could keep going. You could just keep going in circles and circles and circles and do like, I don't know, 100 laps if you wanted.
Did you go in a straight line?
like straight lines on the surface of a sphere is a great circle.
But I'm just thinking about people that are listening, right? The everyday people, and we're talking about a meter being a straight line. Now, you've said you don't think it is, but I'm asking you now, could you make the meter a straight line?
It's such like a, like, I don't see why you're asking that question. Like, you should know by now.
Mm-hmm.
No offense, but
because you can't, can you?
Well,
I
like,
know. It's a model dictates type thing. I don't want to put you in a tricky position or anything to get you to say that you don't actually have a straight line. There's no concept of straight line, is there? You've lost all concepts of straight lines.
Well, it's like I said the other night. Like, if we define a straight line as the path of shortest distance between 2 points, and that's our definition of straight lines, or like a line of minimum curvature.
That's not the definition of a straight line, though, is it?
Well, I mean, like, we can argue over definitions, but that's semantics. Like, we can establish definitions and work with them. That's probably the more productive way to go about it.
Yeah. But when I have a definition of straight that isn't curved, does that upset you?
When you have a definition of straight that isn't curved?
Yeah. Because of the perpendicularity of straight lines and the ability of straight lines to have that perpendicular relationship to prove the straight line. As we know, and that can be done perpendicular in all coordinates, X, Y, and Z, the 3-dimensional coordinates that we all know, right? They sort of prove the straight line. But does that upset you?
No, like, I'm not attached to any particular geometry.
Oh.
I'm not attached to any particular geometry.
No, I'm not attached to any particular geometry, but I do have a firm understanding of the logic that the geometry is derived from. Now, I'm not aware of any other geometries. So I wouldn't say I'm particularly attached to it. I just have a firm understanding of where it's derived from and what the meanings and the implications are.
Are you really
a clear logical structure?
Are you really not aware of any other geometries? Like, not that you've studied them, but like, you're not even aware of other geometries other than Euclidean?
Well, you could be aware. But yeah, there's no other existing geometries that can be practiced. There's no other competing axioms for self-evident truths. Obviously, a straight line's a straight line. It's a fundamental.
Well, there's like Zermelo-Fraenkel's set theory axioms, which are like the existence. It's been a while since I've looked at them, but I have notes on them somewhere. But it's like all this. But there's like the existence of like the empty set and like the making unions or specifying subsets. Like, I'll have to do a refresher on that. But yeah, it's basically constructing like the numbers from like the empty set and the power set and the union operation and stuff like that. So that's another like grounding that mathematics has.
Yeah. Well, what do you reckon to this one, right? 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. What do you think of that?
2 straight lines cannot enclose a space?
Yep.
Well, that's false in spherical geometry, true in planar geometry.
Wow. Here's me thinking that's an axiom.
Oh no, that wouldn't be an axiom. I wouldn't think. I would not take that as an axiom.
Would
You
you
could
not?
if you want to. I mean, I'm not going to stop you. Obviously, you can take it as an axiom and work out like a system, work out theorems from there. Like go for it.
Right. Do you not think it might have been one of Euclid's axioms?
I don't know. I thought he just had like the 5 postulates and the common notions and stuff like that. And
yeah,
I don't remember
one of them being 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. It's strange that you said that it would be false in another geometry. I mean, if it's a self-evident truth that you're saying would be false in another, that's why I say I'm not too sure about these other geometries. You know.
Well, like a good example of that, which like I'm more familiar of, is like well, I'll try to explain it like as best I can. Like in group theory, like there's like groups, like you have integers with addition, or like symmetry groups of like rotations of like a solid object, or like the modular arithmetic. Like there's like a type of like there's like a statement, like something you could take, like you might take it as an axiom or you might not, but like it turns out like there are abelian groups and there are not abelian groups. So like you can't take it as an axiom that like you can take it as an axiom that that every group is abelian, or you can not take it as an axiom that every group is abelian. Like with commutative, it means basically, and like you won't run into any contradiction if you assume it, and you won't run into any contradiction if you assume the negation of it, because there are groups that satisfy the other group axioms. But like it's like the to put it bluntly, the commutativity thing, that's like independent of the axioms. Like you can assume it or not, it doesn't cause any contradictions.
Wow. Do you assume that you could replace the Euclidean like geometric axioms with some other set of axioms for something else?
Yeah, I guess like you can probably get off the top of my head. I don't want to make any assertions for certain, but like you can. But I'll talk about something else. Like I know you can, like there's the piano axioms of arithmetic, but you can actually prove them from ZFC. So that's like an example of like you got an axiom system and you find like a more fundamental set of axioms that actually
Do
prove.
you mean like chord length? Geometric?
No, this is like a. I didn't want to talk about geometry because I'm not 100% sure on that.
You did say
but
piano though, right?
The piano, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like the axioms of arithmetic, like successor function and natural numbers and stuff like that.
What, the piano?
Yeah, like a PEANO.
Piano. Not piano.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with like musical chords, no.
Okay. Right, so when we keep talking about geometry and the foundations of mathematics, you seem to keep skipping off to other things that are not foundational.
I'm skipping off, you say, like to spherical geometry and stuff like that.
No, you've not mentioned anything about spherical geometry. You might have imagined you have, but you didn't actually say anything.
Oh, okay, I did put a picture of a sphere with a spherical triangle, but yeah.
Do you know anything about the Euclidean axioms?
Well, yeah, I had that. I posted like the quick summary of them before. Yeah, like was it any 2 points can be connected by a line? Any line can be extended. Every point in a radius defines a circle, like or given a point and given a distance, you can or a distance from that point, you can define a circle. All right angles are equal, and then you got the fifth postulate, of course, which is the complicated one.
I think it's complicated.
Well, complicated for an axiom, yes, absolutely, it's complicated. That's why Euclid didn't like it so much.
You say Euclid didn't like it?
Yeah, like he avoided using it as a step, as a justification for, like he skipped it till like the 29, like the 20th or 30th, 27 or something. Like yeah.
Yeah.
Like axioms are supposed to be like.
Talk about an enthymeme. Talk about a build-up.
Yeah.
Yeah. See how far he got before you ended up getting triggered.
Getting triggered. Huh? No, the parallel pass.
You have a problem, don't you, within your model framework?
No. You can accept the fifth axiom and do Euclidean geometry. That's perfectly all right. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't bother me. No.
Can you accept the 12th axiom and carry on with spherical geometry?
What's the 12th one again?
We call it the triangle axiom. It states on which side of a straight line a triangle will be formed.
Well, on which side of a triangle? On which side of a line?
The triangle will be formed. Yeah. To read it for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me get it. It states, if a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make two interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than two right angles, these straight lines being continually produced shall at length meet on that side on which are the angles which are less than two right angles. It just tells you on which side of the line the triangle will be formed. The side with less than 180 or two right angles, as it says.
Yeah, that's exactly the same as like the fifth postulate that in like the Heath version of like Euclid's books. That's the same one. Yeah, that's the same as like what I call the fifth postulate.
Isn't it? Yeah, but it's not. My book only has 3 postulates, 12 axioms. So I call that one the triangle axiom because it states on which side of the straight line the triangle will be formed.
Yeah. So what was your question about that one then? If it like if it bothers me or something, or what was the?
Yeah. Well, the triangle being formed on either side of the straight line, and that side which less than 180, but you were arguing for a little bit earlier. Triangles having more, weren't you? Oh well, so I say you weren't arguing for, but the implications of what those guys were talking about a little bit earlier sort of implied the not triangle.
Well, I think that would also that postulate seems like it would also hold in spherical geometry too.
What, the triangles have 180, or the sum of two right angles?
Oh no, that's a good point. No, yeah, because if that 12th axiom, as you said, is equivalent to all triangles have a sum of 180, then yeah, it would not hold in spherical geometry. So yeah, I have to think about that then, because yeah.
Just it goes to show that there's straight lines through perpendicularity as well, doesn't it? But that's a definition anyway. The definitions come before the postulates and the axioms. The perpendicular and the angle definition, they come before it. So they're obviously more important.
Yeah, I was just looking up now, just quickly Googling if the 5th postulate holds in spherical. I was just curious about that now.
Well, I wouldn't attempt to do that. How many of those postulate and axioms do you reckon? Well, actually, just the 5. If you take it your shortened version, how many of those would you imagine that might still apply? Because I mean, you've got fuck all else for spherical geometry, have you? So let's take Euclid's ones. How many of those do you think would actually apply?
The circle one where you can draw a circle, that one obviously applies because you have a notion of distance. Really? Yeah.
Well, listen to this. Third postulate. And that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre.
Yeah, no, if it says any distance, yeah, then that gets kind of...
That's gone.
That gets kind of tricky, yeah,
Let's
because
get rid of 3. Okay. We'll start off at 1 then. That a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other point. Do you reckon you can have a straight line?
My guess would be yes.
Okay, like the center to any point on the circumference, a straight line, a radius, like a diameter.
To what, from
straight line?
Yeah, like you can connect. But I think though, like it does. I remember hearing about how it gets violated because like you can go like forwards or you can go backwards, and either way you're tracing out an arc on the great circle, and you'll still end up at the point. So there's so I think that one would be violated, but I had to really think about like exactly like nail down.
So we've lost 1 as well.
Yeah, I'd have to specifically look at what exactly like the existence and uniqueness statements of the...
Okay, what about this one then? That a terminated straight line may be produced to any length in a straight line.
Because eventually, you're going to wrap around the sphere again. So, like, if it says you can extend it without intersecting itself, then well, you don't have that axiom. So,
so we've lost 1, 2, and 3. And 5's a bit dubious. So what have we got? All right angles are equal to one another. Angles are the intersection of 2 straight lines, and you sort of had to give up straight lines. So how are you going to do with perpendicular?
Well, there's a notion of perpendicularness because, like, you can measure the angle between 2 curved lines.
You can't. An angle is defined. Do you want me to give you the definition of an angle?
Well, you can use calculus. Like, I had an image somewhere.
Not within geometry, you can't. Within geometry, if you're talking about which axioms do and don't apply, then you've got to live within the definitions because they come before the axioms. The definition says a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of 2 straight lines to one another. And if you want a definition of a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points.
Yeah. I've never really like sat down and like drilled down on like the axioms and like see how they work in spherical geometry. But
have you ever seen any of the spherical geometry axioms, postulates, propositions? Have you ever seen anything of spherical geometry?
Like I've done like that celestial navigation thing, like where like you have like the notion of a distance across the surface of a sphere. Like I've done it with that, but
you don't think that's spherical geometry, do you?
Well, like you're using parts of it, like you're using like the notion of like distance across the surface of a sphere, like that's a thing that comes up.
Is that a definition within spherical geometry or anything? Have you got anything to back up that statement within the geometric system that you purport to be talking about?
Well, like the surface of a sphere is a metric space. Like there's a notion of distance.
A sphere is a Euclidean 3-dimensional solid shape.
There is the surface of a sphere is a metric space, like the. It's hard. It's like annoying to prove, like, but it's. But you can prove like the 3 or 4 axioms of metric space in it.
A sphere is defined within Euclidean geometry and within the definitions. Do you have a definition of a sphere within your spherical geometry? Even.
Well, the sphere is the space. Like it's the same thing as asking like the definition of like what is 3D Euclidean space in 3D. Like it's like asking what is the definition of 3D Euclidean space.
Have you ever heard of a stolen concept?
What, the fallacy of stolen concept?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of it? How good are you Googling?
Yeah, I remember reading it once, but...
A self-refuting claim, right? The idea that you can go through the entirety of Euclid, the conceptuals, the prime numbers, or, you know, all of that sort of stuff, through plane geometry, numbers, all of that, into solid geometry, where the sphere is defined, that you can then imagine on that sphere, you're going to make an entirely new geometry that you've got no definitions, you've got no axioms, you've got no propositions, you've got nothing to rely on at all. Yet you can state spherical geometry as though it means something when it means absolutely nothing. The sphere, as you've just said, is Euclidean. It's defined within Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so let's work from the bottom up then, I guess. Like the first thing that we'd probably do is define a metric, because like we have, like in Euclidean space, we have a Euclidean
start
metric.
with a straight line, yeah. We start with our understanding of a straight line and try and come to terms with that, and then we'd see where we can get from there.
So we got a metric, which we're going to use the Haversine function.
For a straight line.
Yeah, well, because like one of the first things you kind of need to do is define a metric. Well, it was one of the starting steps, at least I would imagine. So I'll look up the Haversine formula.
That's where you start off from. That's your starting base.
Yeah, well, it's one of the starting
we
places.
Ended up with shorter than a straight line. Have you ever got confused by a calculation of a shorter than a straight line? Distance.
Calculation shorter than a straight line.
Yeah. Well, actually, a measurement.
I have technical question. If this formula has its own assumptions, or it is axiomatic formula, or it is based on some other pre-assumptions or axioms, or whatever, just assumptions, let's say. This formula you mentioned.
It's like there's the formula there.
I don't know what it is written, but I can assume that it has some assumptions built into that. So if you can explain us these assumptions, because Beth was asking about basic. What is the basis of this spherical geometry? And if this formula has its own assumptions, that assumptions would be like basis for that. So that would be basic, because I don't think that any formula is basis for itself.
That's why I said go to the straight line, but
Yeah, I mean, like I said last time, like I'd have to like probably pick up a book on like non-Euclidean or spherical geometry before like I can give like a rigorous exposition of it. But yeah.
Right. So you think it's one of those things that you could just go away, read up on, and then come back again and explain to you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because I mean, like, there's obviously lots of information out there about it, so like.
Go on. What's the best stuff you could come up with at the minute?
Well, I mean, you got the
It's
Wikipedia
funny,
page
isn't
on
it?
it,
It's
obviously.
fucking hilarious. But how do you find yourself in this position? It's funny
Well,
as
it's like,
fuck, isn't it?
well, it's like it's the geometry of like when you limit yourself to the surface of a sphere. That's like the idea of it. But
a
when you
sphere
have
is
enough,
Euclidean. Entirely Euclidean. All the principles around it's Euclidean. All of the points that you would use would be everything that you've just learned within Euclidean geometry up to the point that you go, oh, that's a nice shape.
yeah, but there's also like hyperbolic space, which
what do you mean space?
Space?
Yeah, because you're just talking about a sphere. Now you're talking about space. So what do you mean by hyperbolic space?
So when you talk about a space, you're talking about like a set of points.
Yeah, and a straight line in Euclidean, right?
Well, like a space is just like a set of points, really. Like in topology, like if we really go back to just like basics, like you can have a topological space, and like you can have just points like A, B,
You can have
C.
straight lines that are perpendicular in Euclidean, and they're
Oh, like,
entirely Euclidean. Just Euclidean, aren't they? Let's be honest. The straight line and the perpendicular that proves the straight line, that's Euclidean. Let's state our cases, right? I state right now the straight line and the proof of the perpendicular of that straight line is only Euclidean. Nothing else.
I'm not sure what that achieves, but yeah.
Would you agree?
Would I agree that that's purely Euclidean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is Euclidean.
A straight
Like,
line and the
I mean, yeah, it's like,
perpendicularity that proves the straight line.
well, I mean, when you say proves the straight line, I think that's not like the correct way to say it.
Which you don't think perpendicularity being at right angles proves that the lines have to be straight?
Like this is just like like if you draw like a like this is your thing, like we already established that like an hour or two ago, like about like if you have two vectors that are perpendicular to a plane, then those two vectors are parallel. We said that a while ago. Yes,
all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Yes.
Yeah, we already agreed to that like a while ago.
Yeah, it's definitional. But it's definitional within Euclidean geometry because it's fundamental to Euclidean geometry. And I'm saying it's entirely Euclidean, meaning that it doesn't exist the concept of perpendicularity and straight lines like Euclidean outside of Euclidean.
Well, there's like the concept of orthogonal, which like is you can
at right angles to each other. It's exactly the same. There's no difference. Orthogonal and perpendicular, same thing, meaning exactly the same thing.
Well, like I can look up the definition of like orthogonal, like it's like do a refresher on, like it's like it expands on the notion of perpendicular, like or like the right angle, like it's something to do with an integral. I'll just look it up quickly there.
It's to do with dividing by 4, isn't it? In the right angles, sort of like the cube. Orthogonal. It just means an extension of the perpendicular around different words. So you say you've made a calculator?
Yeah, I did make a calculator, yeah, for celestial navigation, yeah.
That's impressive. Do you know there's another guy that used to be around here that used to tell us about him making a calculator?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. He was called Jesse Kozlowski.
Okay, the surveyor guy, yeah.
Well, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Made some fucking ridiculous claims and had to just disappear. But apparently he's still around. He might do voices, you know. Possibly. There might be multiple different characters. He might have fractured Jesse into multiple different ones. Realised that Jesse Kozlowski was a bit too big of a character. He might come back again, though, Jesse. It'd be handy right now, wouldn't he? Jesse made a calculator. I think it was something about how much curvature to give a straight line calculator for people to imagine blue marble science.
Yeah, you were curious about like the celestial navigation calculator, I guess. I don't know, that's something I could go on about. Or
just give us a brief outline of what you're calculating.
Well, basically, like I was curious to try to see if I could figure out where this guy like science it out. Like he posted some sextant readings, and he was like, okay, see if anyone can figure out where I took these readings. Yes, yeah, like sextant readings, yeah.
So you've made a calculator to plug in angles.
Yeah, and figure out where on the surface of Earth the measurements were taken from.
Nice. Have you shown Nathan Oakley that?
No,
do you
I
reckon
haven't.
Nathan would use it as a proof of something he could do with an angle? How many angles do you use? Just one? Go on.
Three angles.
Oh, fuck. So
Yeah,
it'd be no good for Nathan, would it? But they are three separate angles, aren't they? They're not three connected to the same triangle.
Well, it's like it's three sextant readings, right? So like if you
from
take
the
a
same
sextant
position.
From the same point on Earth, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not related to the same triangle, are they?
Well, there's no triangle involved, really.
Yeah, I know, because you're just getting three angles. But it's still good. This is good for Nathan.
Yeah, I made it really easy to use. You just plug in like the readings, the time it was taken, the GHA varies at that particular time, the Shah, the star declination. Plug all that in, and it just works it all out for you. Like gives you the latitude and longitude of your position on Earth.
Brilliant. So there you go, Nathan Oakley. Protothads made a calculator that can do things with angles. Surely you could backtrack that into a something you can do with an angle. Proof.
No, Protothad, no, I'm Wiggles.
Oh, Wiggles. Wiggles has made it. Wow. Did you tell Protothad? He might be stealing his thunder. Sorry.
Well, that's I'm sure that's very basic for him, like, because I thought he was like someone who's like very experienced in it. Like,
have you got it as an app or something?
Yeah, I made it as like a Google Sheets. Yeah.
Well, could you reckon you could get it on iTunes? Because you could, one of these thingy apps. Do you reckon you could incorporate a phone theodolite into it as well. Then you could do it.
Font, yeah, like, well, it's just like a spreadsheet. So, I mean, like, I've never written an app before, but yeah, like, if some, like, the equations are all there, so like you could obviously, yeah, just make an app out of it, sure.
Yeah, I think Bev is onto something. I think you might want to look at doing that, because I think you could probably save some lives with that. That's
Save some
brilliant.
lives.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you gotta go talk to Nathan Oakley.
I detect a hint of sarcasm here.
No, totally honest.
Well, he's just gonna say like, oh, this, like his whole shtick is like, what flat, like you need a flat baseline to measure an angle. That's his whole thing. And
You've already worked it out, though. I mean, if you've got something that can tell you exactly where you are, you could make an app out of that thing. Holy cow, man.
yeah, like the equations, yeah, like, yeah, like, yeah, I do basically have like the explicit defined functions. Yeah, to just take all the inputs and give
Is
you.
that spherical geometry functions, or are you using pesky sine and cosine?
No, I converted to Cartesian at one point. Like I did use like spherical coordinates like as inputs and converted to Cartesian coordinates and.
Did you? What was your maximum variance of pi that you used within your calculations?
No, I didn't use spherical pi. No.
Oh. Why not?
I didn't need it.
Were you not doing circles? Just angles?
Yeah, like it's just like, yeah, the intersection of the three circles of equal altitude is
the intersection.
Yeah.
Like the intersection of the three planes of a triangle. Within.
No, the intersection of like you draw three circles on the surface of the sphere, and because they're proper sextant readings and they intersect, well, they closely intersect at a single point on that surface, and then you find out what that point is.
Well, you're the guy measuring angles at point, let's say point A. You've got three angles from point A.
Yeah.
Where's the circles? How do you draw a circle from an angle?
Okay, so say you measure a star above the horizon to be like 60 degrees or something. Say you measure Polaris at an angle.
We've got 60 degrees. Let's say, yes. Let's start with that as an angle. Now we're in possession of the angle. Tell me what we're doing.
Yeah, so then you take 90 minus that angle. That's called the co-altitude. So then you get the value 30. And 30 times 60 nautical miles per degree. That gives you the distance. Comes from Earth being a sphere.
What?
Like 60 nautical miles per degree.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it works.
16 nautical miles are curving miles or straight?
Curving miles.
Wow.
So, but you did use
how much curve?
Triangle. So there was.
No, he didn't use a triangle. No.
You did. You measured an angle. You used one part of one corner, let's say, of a triangle, a one angle. Is what you started with. That was your starting base. Now, are you saying if you were to travel along that baseline of the angle, are you saying that curves?
Well, Well, yeah, like the distance across the surface of the Earth is like an arc. Yes, that's the path is a curved arc. Yes.
Hmm. So the baseline of your angle is a curved arc. That's not an angle. I thought we went over that a bit earlier.
Well, I mean, like the process works. Like like I tested the calculator with that guy with the guy on Platzoid's server. Like he'd give like a bunch of like he had like I don't know like 5 or 10 like sets of readings, and I tested it on all of them. Like and it worked for 100% of his readings. So take from it what you will.
But you said that you are subtracting from 90, and this 90 is where? In relation to what?
I'll just draw a quick diagram there.
Straight line proof. It's amazing. Guy thinks a meter bends, but doesn't realise the implications of stating that a meter bends.
But still, even on a sphere, sphere has a radius. And this radius, I think, is straight line. So
he just admitted earlier he had an elevation. Pretty sure that wasn't a curved meter like he had.
Yeah, so that's the idea there. Like you measure the angle E, and then you can see like 90 minus that E gives you that unlabeled angle there. And then clearly the other unmarked angle is equal to like the two unmarked angles are equal to each other.
Parallel.
And the unmarked angle traces out like it subtends an arc. And
the parallel lines would be parallel anywhere along that line. You could just draw a parallel line anywhere, and that angle would always be equal, but that would make it parallel. Is that what you're doing? You're showing another one of Euclid's, because that's a circle, and those angles being equal is a proof of the parallel, which is Euclid again, like you said earlier. Is there any of those proofs within Spherical? Do you think?
Like I'll have to like read into Spherical. Like,
do you not think it sounds a bit awkward, the fact that you're showing us a Euclidean proof for the basis of your model when you just tried to claim earlier that there would be no chance of that? So I asked you, have you ever heard about stolen concept?
Like
I'd look into it.
Like this has no bearing on like spherical geometry. Like
no, it's
like
entirely Euclidean.
No, because like it's like you're in a two-dimensional surface, but like this is about celestial navigation there now. So
no, that's Euclidean geometry showing parallels in relation to a straight line. Just so happens to have drawn a circle there for some reason.
So I cannot see a triangle here on this drawing.
yeah, because there's no like right triangle in this drawing. Yeah.
Just an angle measured, and then what do you do with the angle?
Yeah, so to get your distance from the like the GP is like the where the like you're standing at like the vertex of angle E. That's where you take your measurement from, and then where the other star array, like the GP of that star is like at I should there's always more stuff that needs to be labeled, but yeah, like the right arrow of D, like where that intersection between like the circle and the line is. That's the GP of the star. It's like you know your distance from the GP of the star, basically d.
Because of parallel lines.
Yeah, because like the starlight is parallel by the time it reaches the Earth.
But you're doing a geometric operation. How did you get that A in order to draw that angle there? How did you?
So like you measure the E, and like you got to account for like horizon dip and refraction, but once you get the angle E, like the true elevation angle, then
That's
you take
that's
90.
the angle you measure is E.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. And then you just go 90 minus that, you get angle A, and then like the angle A at the center of the circle.
You do realise that that's not perpendicular, right? You've got a bit of a lean on it.
Oh, sorry. I'd check something for a second there. But yeah, you get angle A, and then once you know angle A, and you know the radius of the Earth R, like if A.
Whoa! Don't skip over that. How do you know that?
How do you know the radius of the Earth?
Yeah.
Well, that's like measured in various ways.
How?
I mean, like there's like surveyors have done it. Like you can do the Alberuni, the Eratosthenes method, like the reverse curve calculator. Yeah.
You do realise a measurement is an actual physical thing you have to do. It has to be exact, the measurement within mathematics.
Well, a measurement is not exact. There's always like a little bit of tolerance in a measurement.
So how was this measurement achieved?
Like there's like the simple ways, like the Eratosthenes method.
Oh, Eratosthenes method for measuring a radius.
Yeah.
And go on, what's that?
Well, that's the simple one. You measure the angle of the shadows and like you
measure an angle.
Yeah.
For a radius, you don't imagine that a radius is an angle, do you?
No, you measure the angles, and then from that you do some calculations, and you get the radius of Earth.
Oh, right. So not a measurement then. Is that the simple ones? Is the one that is actually a measurement?
No, but that is a measurement.
No, that you just said there's a calculation there. That's not a measurement.
This is the same thing I think Paige was talking. Me and Paige were discussing earlier about like indirect measurements are valid measurements.
No, a measurement is needed first. You must establish a baseline measurement to start off with. You have to.
Well, you measure certain things that you can measure, and then like you can indirectly measure other like values.
So what's your measurement?
Well, when I did it personally, I got like not super accurate, but I got like an upper bound of 6,500 kilometers or something like that.
For measuring an angle.
Well, this was a different measurement. I did not repeat the Eratosthenes measurement, but I did repeat the Alberuni measurement, and I did also use a curve calculator
to measure the radius. Stick.
Angle on a stick. Angle on a smartphone app.
Well, no. I'm talking about the Alberuni and angle on a stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you know how he worked out how long his stick was?
How long his stick was?
Yeah.
What stick? Like you mean like his astrolabe or something, or like you mean the elevation, or what are you talking about?
Yeah. The angle on a stick. He measured an angle. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess like he just
an elevation.
Yeah, like a horizon dip angle. Yeah.
So let's say there's just would be a vertical elevation is a vertical, right? Measured in meters. let's say.
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll call that the stick. And at the top of that stick, that's a measured meter distance, we call it an elevation, he's going to measure an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And where do we go from there?
There's a calculation that you can do that get from the horizon dip angle. You can work out the radius of the Earth.
The horizon dip angle from where?
So
Dip
like
from what? From his
like
angle.
So like you have gravity, which points towards the center of the Earth, and then
We've just
like
have a vertical stick that he stood on, right? We can call that vertical.
Yeah, so like I can get the equation. If I can't find it, I can just derive it really quickly.
The equation of what? The angle on a stick equation. We've got a vertical height. Disregard the fact that he work out how he worked out the height of the stick on the mountain.
Yeah.
But he's just got an angle measurement at the top of that stick.
Yeah, like
And you're saying there's a formula.
Yeah, it's like
it's
h
based
over
upon the angle and the stick distance.
Like, do you know what a horizon dip angle is?
Educate me.
Okay, yeah, so if you like you consider your eye to be a point,
the stick, the top of the stick,
or the top of the stick to be a point, sure, yeah. So at that point, you can like just take the stick away and just have that top point just suspend the plumb bob from there, and then so then you've got a line pointing downwards. So then you can have a perpendicular that points towards the horizon.
Okay.
And then so that's at it. So but the line is pointing a little bit above the horizon. And what you do is you measure the angle that you'd have to tilt that line downwards so that it aims exactly at the horizon, and that angle is like the horizon dip angle. Like
so there's a perpendicular at the top of the stick that you are using to measure your angle, and then that angle is in a downwards direction, right? So the angle is from a right angle from the stick down a little bit. It's a little smidge of an angle. It's not much, is it?
Oh no, like the horizon dip angle I usually measure is like 0.4 degrees or something like that.
Yeah, people would say it's not even, right? 0.4 of a degree isn't even a half of a degree angle. So that would be, did you do Al-Biruni?
Yeah, I had a screenshot of that saved there, so I showed so theta is the horizon dip angle.
Okay, so what was your angle when you did your Al-Biruni? Or can we call it the angle on a stick? I think it sounds better, the angle on a stick.
You can call it angle on a stick, sure. I like calling it horizon dip angle because that's like the standard terminology, but
Go on, how big was your angle? I know you said it's usually about half, but when you did your angle on a stick one, because you got a big stick, right? I take it usually you've got little tiny sticks.
Yeah, so I had a video like
man call it height of eye.
Height of eye, sure. Yeah.
And we'll call that entire height the stick. And we'll have the angle. There's the angle right on top of the stick. Angle on a stick.
Okay, sure, yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
I can get the one I had about on average I got about I think 20% like my average error from the actual accurate radius of the Earth was about 20% or something, but the first time
what was the angle? That when you measured the angle, does that angle not stick in your mind?
No, because I did like 10 measurements. Like I forget exactly which angle. Well,
Well,
I'll
go
get
on,
the first one.
give us an ish angle then. I bet it was a smidge, wasn't it?
Yeah, like about 0.4 is what it usually is.
Wow.
Like
Even
0.37,
how big was your
0.5.
stick?
195 meters, 200 meters elevation, something like that. 197, I think.
Nice. And did you use a T2, T3, or was it just a mobile phone?
Yeah, just like a smartphone theodolite app. Yeah.
Nice. One of the best angle measuring devices. Could have used an aeroplane or something like that. It would have been more impressive.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's not. I'm not going for accuracy. I'm just going for fun kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. We're doing this year. We're doing a simplification of all of these things, and I'm hoping people are getting on board with the geometric principles of all of this stuff. Logic. So go on. What's your calculation of this angle placed upon a stick? Does it become special somehow? Is there some sort of formula that tells Nathan Oakley how to use this angle?
Oh yeah, I put it on like a
stick. You've got a stick extra as well. Shit.
Yeah, like I put like all the measurements in the video, like as I did the later ones, like I like got like an app that like read the accelerometers, and like I think that's a bit better than just like taking snapshots with dioptra, but that's the basic idea there.
Nice. An Alberuni style measurement. You're styling it like Al.
Yeah, like I call it style, yeah, because I use lidar data for my elevation. I didn't do it the old-fashioned way.
How do you reckon he did it?
Yeah, he did it like a different way. Like he used the triangles, he just made like a triangle with he measured the angle from 2 points, measured the base of the triangle, and then he measured the elevation that way.
Nice. So he did use triangles to establish the height of the mountain. Would those triangles be orientated vertically?
I mean, like he neglected the curvature of the Earth for his elevation measurement.
Oh, that's weird, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't make much of a difference in the end. Like if you take the value that you do get for the radius and like go backwards and like calculate that into your baseline and like make that to calculate
what into your baseline?
Like the curvature of Earth. Like that makes no difference. Like effectively.
Have you heard of a stolen concept? You should really look into it.
Or
it's beginning to sound a little bit.
It's just neglecting things that like you can safely neglect. That's the standard thing.
What, like the straight line that you're starting off with?
Just the straight line to start off with.
The straight line that you start off with, or Al, when you were styling it like Al. He said he used a straight line, and you just got your data from Google Maps or something like that. And then you just measured an angle at height.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, you get the concept, right? Like, you just like I got the equations that in the video that you can use to calculate the radius of the Earth and how to account for refraction as well. I put that in there because that's something you definitely want to do as well.
I'm trying to look for a. Trying to look for a picture. Yeah. I can't find it. He called it perfect math. Can't remember where I put it. Maybe geometry seems. Does Blue want us to go over there and have a chat about his spherical pie? I'm still curious. Yeah, I know he's been inviting people around there for a chat. I'm just checking out in the chat. Maybe we can come round this weekend sometime. Blue, if that's what you're after.
Well, I mean, there's a simple formula for the spherical pie. Like we could derive that really quickly.
Oh, spherical pie. Wow, you know pi's a constant, right?
Yeah, but like spherical pie is a different thing. Like
yeah, it's just not pi. It sort of seems really ridiculous for you to be using pi because it's not pi. Pi is a constant, so to be saying that you're going to be using something that is a constant within mathematics to be something other than what it actually is I think that's a little bit dishonest. You don't think you might be fooling people a little bit?
Well, why don't we call it gamma instead of pi?
Well, I'm just pointing out the fact that Blue Marble has said that it is called that. I mean, I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, like
that somebody's doing that too. Well,
I mean, like the letter pi is like sometimes used to represent like a plane as well. So like letters have different uses. Like there's only so many letters, but there's endless concepts and objects in mathematics that they can be applied to. So like you kind of got to reuse letters every now and then.
Oh, you reckon it's just a coincidence that Blue Marble's done this?
Oh no, like he chose it because everyone knows like what the planar pi constant is. So like he can calculate the variable spherical pi value.
Yeah. Variable.
Yeah, it's just a function from like theta to like a function from theta and r to a ratio.
Isn't the sphere? Doesn't that have a ratio of pi? The constant ratio.
Yeah, circumference divided by the diameter. Yeah, but
the sphere will.
And this diameter is inside the sphere, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to work it out right there now. The spherical pi formula.
But when we know pi is actually a constant, and that is proved within the very shape that you're trying to say that there's a variable, do you not think that's a little bit? I don't know what to call it. Meaningless.
If this ratio is variable, it means that diameter, because the sphere is given, so that would be a diameter variable. And if diameter is variable, it means that radius is variable. Therefore, you cannot measure radius. Or calculate even.
Yeah, so r theta equals a. And then you got to find the circumference of the circle.
Oh, I see this. You know, like when you're looking for spherical geometry, seems like Blue Marble's already got a bit of it. You maybe you best be asking Blue Marble Science, because this is what Blue Marble Science says.
Yeah, so he put it. He put it.
Circumference divided by diameter is the definition of pi. It's not the definition of pi. It's what pi is. In planar geometry, it's a constant. In spherical geometry, it isn't a constant. This isn't hard. So what Blue Marble's saying there is that pi within Euclidean geometry is a constant. And removed from that geometric structure and placed within spherical geometry, pi, it isn't a constant. He's saying pi changes around the structure of geometry. That's what Blue Marble's saying within that.
Yeah, and I agree with his last point when he says this isn't that hard.
Right. Do you agree with the fact that he says in spherical geometry, it isn't a constant? Pi, that is.
Yep, I agree with that statement, yeah.
Okay. So that would be sort of the proof that spherical geometry isn't real. Wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, the spheres
pi is a constant in reality. It never changes.
I mean, would you agree that the surface of a sphere is a reality? Is it
a Euclidean shape? Yes, entirely Euclidean shape, which is entirely formed around the relationship of pi being a constant.
Well, is it a 2D Euclidean shape?
Is what?
Like the surface of a sphere. Is that like an
no,
object?
No, it's a solid Euclidean shape.
So yeah, so it's a shape in 3D in Euclidean.
Yes.
But in 2D Euclidean space, is it a shape?
It's a circle. The circle is 2D. The sphere is 3D. 3 dimensions. Length, breadth, height. Circle just has length and breadth. 2 of the dimensions. Lying in a plane.
What's the minimum number of points you need to specify a point on the surface of a sphere, say?
I wouldn't know. Like, why are you bothering about that?
Well, you just need 2. You just need latitude and longitude, or however you want to call them, or like inclination and azimuth, or you just need 2 coordinates.
How does that affect the fact that in reality pi is a constant? Everybody knows that. Blue Marble seems to be saying in spherical geometry, the geometry he wants to pretend he imagines as being the geometry of reality, pi has to vary. But unfortunately, in reality, pi does not vary. It's a constant. Everybody knows that. Isn't that a bit of a flaw within Blue Marble Science's thing? I mean, what is he saying about his model when he says statements like that?
Well, this is just a purely mathematical statement. It's not concerned with reality.
But Euclidean geometry is definitely concerned with reality.
Well, it's applicable to reality.
Do you think pi being a constant has no meaning within reality?
Well, it's definitely like useful in reality, because like if I measure the radius of a circle, and then if I know the constant pi, then yes, I can get the circumference of that circle without having to measure it. Yeah, so
I think the deeper meaning is within the geometric structure of the fact that you know that the radius and the diameter are straight lines. And the relationship between the straight line and the curve when you function it around the unit, the one. Isn't that the more fundamental understanding that we're meant to be getting out of this? Or can you not see the fact that pi isn't variable, but yet Blue Marble says in spherical geometry it isn't a constant? It means it has to vary in his imaginings of his Blue Marble scientific method.
But it makes that geometry not real. It cannot apply to reality because
I think sorry, go ahead, paper or organist.
Because, for example, if you have billiard ball, it has radius, it has circumference, it has diameter, etc. You can calculate that and you can measure that. And this ratio between diameter in billiard ball and circumference is pi, constant. And we know that billiard ball is real object. But you cannot apply this spherical geometry to measure a billiard ball. And therefore, you cannot use that to measure anything on the spherical Earth if you are presupposing that the Earth is sphere. You cannot applicate that. The same as you cannot applicate that spherical geometry to billiard ball.
Yeah, Wiggles, what do you make out of that statement that Blue Marble says? Because, I mean, to me, I don't know. Is he okay? Step one. And, like, do you agree with him that in planar geometry, he calls it a constant, but like we've just said, pi relationship goes with a sphere, doesn't it? So you can't really call that planar geometry. A sphere isn't planar, is it? But it is Euclidean.
Yeah, like I don't know. Is like there's just like a definition that like if you have a given radius and like and a given distance across the surface of the sphere, you can just calculate you can just calculate the ratio of the circumference of that circle to like the radius of that circle in spherical geometry. Like it's like this is I don't know. It's I agree with. I don't know what to say other than what Blue said. Like it's not hard. Like I've been trying to like talk along and like derive the equation for spherical pi. If I get that, I'll post it.
The equation. It's variable, remember. And if you have an equation, you're going to have a straight line, aren't you? Or are you? I mean, who knows? Wouldn't you think the variable would be varying along a graph? I would, anyway. Mathematically. Within your equation. But, I mean, I do think of equations very geometrically. I don't know whether that's because of the X's and the Y's. Or the P's and the Q's, logic. But there's always got to be a relationship between them that should be able to be explained. You'll not get far waving magical text around saying, look at my magic.
Okay, I'm getting close. I figured out one angle I had to identify to calculate spherical pi.
You need an angle to calculate spherical pi.
Well, you need an arc length, I guess. Yeah, if you have a radius of the circle of the spherical circle, then that'll give you the spherical pi.
The spherical circle? What?
Yeah, like the surface, it's like that one I drew the other night. Yeah.
Is that within spherical geometry?
Yeah, that
I
would
would presume. Yeah, would that be the 2D version of spherical geometry with the spherical circle? Wait a minute. Isn't the entire sphere a 2D surface? Weird. I'd say you've got problems. Blue Marble might have got you into a... Yeah. And is that a radius?
Yeah, it's like a distance.
It's
curved, it's like a...
isn't it?
It's curved, yeah.
It's not a radius, is it?
But
well, I mean, you can have your definitions, but you gotta be able to understand and work with other definitions. Is the thing.
Show us your definitions. Go
on. I would only comment on that picture that this is not a circle. This is a slice of a sphere. So we have on this picture, I can see two solid objects. One a small slice of the sphere and one rest of that big slice of the sphere. Two spherical objects. Not a circle.
And I just add in that law of identity, right? I mean, you could define anything, I guess, how you ever want to define it, but law of identity to me would mean radius straight line can't be curved. It must be something else if it's not a straight line, a radius to me. That's what I think.
Because on this sphere, in this picture, real radius of this sphere depicted here is a straight line from the center of the sphere. So why would radius curve force a circle if this sphere has straight radius? I don't get that.
Yeah, I see. You know, when I said at the beginning of this, Wiggles, I said, I consider this Euclid to be the formulation of mathematics. You know, within logical understanding of how to progress through a gaining of knowledge. Euclidean geometry is the perfect example of how to lay out an axiomatic system. That was replicated within mathematics. This is the foundation of mathematics as we know it. It seems like there's another element that's crept in that is this, not that. And I say that in inverted commas, like frantic bunny ears.
You know, like I said earlier, there's like the ZFC axioms that you can start from as well, and like you can prove things like 1 + 1 = 2. You can prove the piano axioms.
How do you prove that 1 + 1 = 2?
Like you define the successor function. You define a function like through set theory. You define what it means to be a function. You define an operation called addition that takes in two inputs and brings out an output, and you define that the successor of 0 is 1. And then you define 0 + 0 = 0. It's like stuff like that, and like from that you'll prove that 1 + 1 = 2. You'll just prove that addition behaves like you want to on the natural numbers. Like there's a cool YouTube channel that does a light like introduction to all this. He's like, oh, Open Roof or something. I'll probably find that.
I think that like for at least 2,000 years, people knew that 1 + 1 is 2 without this strange explanations.
Isn't that the division, the two halves are equal, right? And wouldn't that be the radius, the 1? And then the 1 and the 1 makes 2, but it doesn't. It makes diameter. It's still a straight line. You could define either as the unit within thingy. And wouldn't you say that if pi is a constant at 3.14, then the diameter has to be 1? Otherwise, that number relationship doesn't work. So would you not say that the diameter of the circle being 1, the unit, defines the numerical value of pi? So what gives you the value of 1?
Well, in set theory, like they define 0 as the empty set. They define 1 as the set containing the element 0. You define 2. Well, actually, you define the successors, but then you like define 3 as the set containing the elements 0, 1, and 2, and like so on. Like
yeah,
and then,
like a line going on. You put a certain point at the beginning, like a point and nothing, right? That's where you start, and then from there the numbers get bigger, so the line gets bigger, and at any point you can put a stop there and define that as 1, and then from that 1 you can continue to make 2, which is the addition of another 1, something equal to that. And you can do that geometrically too, exactly the same, can't you?
Yeah, but like here's the thing: like the set theory doesn't like there's no inherent geometry in it. It's like it's
I know.
just.
I'm just. I understand, right? But what we're interested in here is the logic and the rhetoric. So, how well do you think you can explain this set theory within numbers compared to the straight line and the addition of the 1, the value of 1, whichever you define as being the 1, and how to add that to how you can prove equals? Like within geometry, you can prove that straight line there has an equal, and this equal here is equal to that one. How do you do that with 1 within your number?
Well, 2 sets are equal if they contain precisely the same elements.
So within geometry, you could prove that the line is the same. How would you do an equal proof within your number set? Mathematical theory.
Yeah, the way that works is. Yeah, the way that works is just like you let, like, say if you wanted to prove that set A is equal to set B, you would just let X be an element of set A, and then show that it follows that X must be an element of set B, and then you go the opposite direction. You let Y be an element of an arbitrary element of B, and then you prove that Y must be an element of A, and then that proves that the 2 sets are equal.
Okay, so if radius length of the radius is equal to length of other radius, it means that we have equal sets.
Yeah.
So, and this, if you have 2 equal sets, it means that we have diameter, because this is length, double length of radius is diameter, called diameter. That would be good.
Well, yeah, you could just say prove numbers given 2 real numbers, like you eventually construct what it means for like the real numbers, and then you can just say like 2 real numbers are equal if the elements contained in the sets are equal. But no one really actually like uses that practically. Like they just use the decimal expansion of the numbers and stuff like that for equality in practical sense. But yeah.
That's why I would say that geometry itself is more genuine and self-explanatory, because you don't need to go into numbers, because you have a straight line. You can see that representation of straight line on the drawing. So you don't need to go into numbers. I would say that this is too complicated. The radius and geometry itself is more simple. It doesn't involve arithmetics because it is not needed. And this number pi is called number pi because this is a proportion between. We can say that proportion because we established diameter as 1. If we would establish not diameter as 1 but radius, we would have doubled. It would be not 3.5 but 6 point say. But this is proportion, constant. So we are still stuck to this diameter being straight line in relation to curved line circumference, and we didn't hear yet from you how you deal with this not constant pi.
Yeah, on the spot proofs, I'm not that good at. I usually I work at stuff and take my time with it, but I've been chatting with people too, so.
For me, this is mission impossible to do that because you will land in situation when you are creating this great circle, so-called great circle, and half of this great circle having same length and shape would be diameter. So, and for me, at least, this is logical nonsense. That half of circumference is diameter. Not only in length, but in shape also.
The level
it doesn't sound it ridiculous for you that half of circumference is diameter in length and shape?
Well, I mean, like the spherical pi is like a perfectly legitimate definition. Like, there's nothing wrong with the definition. It's just not the pi you're used to. That's the thing you got to get past.
Pi, the constant. The one that doesn't change.
Yeah, it's not that one.
Yeah, then not that.
So not pi.
Yeah, not that.
Well, everything can't be the
The
same.
science of the not that.
I mean,
Even delving
everything
into geometry and saying not that.
Everything can't be the same, obviously.
But pi is. It's constant.
Yeah,
it's one
but
of
like
the known constants, like Fibonacci.
Yeah, like the golden ratio is not equal to pi. Is that a problem? Like,
no, but the golden ratio is also a constant. It's a relationship between the proportionality of straight lines, isn't it? Fibonacci.
Yeah, like the square root of 2 is not equal to the pi. Like, is that like square root of 2 is not pi? So that's not that. Is that that's not a problem? That's like, they're just different things.
Yeah. That's fine. You can have different things being different things. But you realise the sphere has the ratio of pi being the one that everybody knows. And you're saying, you want to say on, it changes. It's interesting.
But it changes the radius also. So if, of course, we know that sphere as a solid object has in its center, this is center point, and from this center point we can draw straight line to the surface of the sphere. or the ball, and we have straight radius, of course, but you cannot describe it in spherical geometry as such. So for me, this is self-refuting geometry. Okay, I have to go to bed. Good night, all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paper. Yeah, do you want to hear? I found this the other day as well. This is Larry Scott. Oh, wait a minute, let me get this. Change windows. And for you guys over there and okay. Now this is a video that I did over a bit ago saying Larry Scott, globe surveyor, bunny ears, forcing the line and leveling. It's a video that you can listen to. The confusion of the blue marble scientist within the realms of geometry. Larry Scott's another one. Larry Scott's the guy that told my son that triangles in reality can have more than 180 degrees, strangely enough. But listen to this. Hopefully the sound can come through.
But you're only going to one point and you are measuring an angle. That's all you're doing, Larry.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
I mean,
yeah,
if you do know about trigonometry and that, like, you can't do fuck all with an angle. With one angle, you've got nothing.
Like that? Again. Don't get upset, Nathan. Send it to Larry. Sort of said it to Wiggles tonight, didn't we? Wiggles. You can do fuck all with an angle, right? Even if you place it on the end of a stick. Larry Scott. Me saying it ages ago.
Hey, if I had
it was that early on. I even got it wrong. I said you can't do. Go on. Sorry, Rob.
No, I was just gonna say, if I had 3 angles, could I do something?
3 angles on a stick.
No, just 3 angles to the lights in the sky. I could do something with those 3 angles, couldn't I?
I don't know. Ask Wiggles. Wiggles made a calculator.
I'm not interested.
You could put those 3 angles into his calculator, I think. And that's a good video to listen to. That it's an old one, but if you want to hear the confusion of the blue marble scientist / retired surveyor type thing, frantic bunny ears there. Because that was Larry trying to talk about the force the line. Remember that conversation? Sort of some old stuff, that is. So I've been saying these sort of things for quite a bit. Strange that certain people have got upset about it and then, strangely enough, never mentioned anything about it, never said anything about it, just carried on talking shit. Radius of the spherical circle. There's got to be a definition of a spherical circle within spherical geometry, because I've never heard of it. You best get you guys writing some stuff. It'll be interesting to see that. I'd like to see it. You know, we have wrote Imaginometry, in case you're struggling with it. I might take you over that imaginometry again. Because unlike the Blue Marble scientists, we have actually invented a geometry. We have experience at doing such things. Ours is called imaginometry. We might be able to add a few new tweaks to it. We might be able to extend the postulates.
Hey, could we also call it a not that?
We could have the official geometry of the science of the not that. Imaginometry. How about that? Do you like that? We get somebody to do it. We can get SE to do it with his big voice.
Yeah,
like
that
a
was
proper sales
beautiful.
pitch. Imaginometry, the official geometry of the science of the not that. Blue Marble science. Blue Marble science approved. I quite like that. That's got legs, that. T-shirt, perhaps? Who knows?
Then you have blue coming in at the end. I approve this message.
Yes.
Like advertisement, like the Republicans and the Democrats. I approve this message.
I reckon we could sell a load of white coats, right? Science of the not that. Official.
Oh, yeah. With some square hats to boot. Oh, yeah.
Clipboard. I wonder how far you could get. I reckon you could get further with a high vis and a measuring rod. Because you could always pretend that the other guy is on the theodolite or whatever in the distance, right? And they'd never be able to see that guy. But I reckon you could walk anywhere if you just kept stopping and pretending you're talking to somebody measuring it. You'd be surprised at the conversations you can get at the side of a canal when you have an water level, and a measuring rod.
I've had those conversations and not being next to a canal. I can only imagine being next to a canal. Yeah.
When they walk up to you and go, "What are you doing?" Which is an ideal opening line, right? You go, "Oh, wow."
See the water over there?
See this canal? Yeah, it works brilliantly. Right, I'm going to have to end this, but I mean...
They tell me there's a curve right around there somewhere. I'm going to keep looking for it. I can't see any. Can you spot it for me?
Good. Yeah, that's what you need to do, Essie. You go up to someone and say, "Hey, somebody said that there's a curve in the middle of this canal somewhere. Can you help me locate it, please? I don't see it. It looks
Have you heard about the hump?
Straight.
I'm looking for a hump here." Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go to YouTube, guys. Another great day.
Anybody got any final words? Thanks, Wiggles, for joining us tonight.
3 points. Create a triangle.
Not that
3
triangle
planes,
or an actual triangle.
No, an actual triangle. 3 planes. Don't know what they do.
Yeah, I guess my final words.
A 3-plane triangle. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the formula for the spherical triangle same blue marble science got the same one as pi times sine A over A, where A is the radius of the spherical circle, and it's got to be a unit. And it's got to be a unit sphere that you're dealing with. The geometry has got to be like on the surface of a unit sphere.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The unit, the Euclidean. Yeah, good acknowledgement there.
So there's your formula.
Yeah. Well, the unit being a straight line, which is needed for imagining whatever it is.
Yes, that's the formula right there for it.
What's Captain Caveman got? I'm going to have to listen to that in a bit. I'm going to end us up with Buster's new song again. I'm going to have to start working on the video for this. So, let me change windows so you guys can hear it. Right, here we go. Join us tomorrow, Free for All Friday. What a week. It's going to be great. 8 o'clock. See you then.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old. Suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls. There's no end game in mind. It's only the truth that we seek to find. And there's no end game in mind. It's only the truth that we seek to find. Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you.